And now Future is recording. So if you are up in this area talking, you're going to be recorded today. Okay, so anybody that's on the program. Hi, I'm Monique. I'm so happy y'all are here. I'm so happy to be here and to be standing here. And I remember the first time I was at a transition meeting, it was Sherry that was standing here. And that's so cool. Alrighty, so for what do we call it? Logistics and stuff, housekeeping. There is the Wi-Fi information if you need that. If you don't get it now, it's back on the wall. It's back on the wall above the temperature controls. Okay. We ask that you bring a electronic device. That's something we're going to do later. You need your phone, or because you're going to have a QR code and So we are here for our transition meeting for the 2023-2025 biennium. And I just want to welcome you. Okay, yeah, I made a really cute PowerPoint though. It's not a PowerPoint though, it's a Canva. So I wanted to make sure that I had our roses and everything that's us and traditional and so welcome, and I appreciate you all being here. I appreciate the people who are taking on new positions. I appreciate the people who are transitioning out. Like, yay, I'm done. And the people that are transitioning in new. But it's interesting because two of our new people coming back into like state positions were in state positions before. Like Jessica, who was state secretary, and Janet, who was communications chair. And so this biennium, she's going to be communications chair for a year, and then transition over into editor. So thank you all for being here, taking the time to be here. This is our agenda for the day. So for the next 2 hours and 25 minutes, we're going to be going to welcome. We'll go to media agreements, Dr. Claire. I want to call her Dr. Claire because that's what I do.
Claire. Fine with just Claire.
That's good with me. She's going to do a college. We're going to do introductions, so we'll go around, and then Terry's going to do an icebreaker, and then I'm going to give my spiel about There No Gives. Janet has something for us. I'm sorry, I'm excited. I think on the actually agenda that you have, it says reveal. All right, and then we're gonna do what kind of leader are you, so we understand each other, and then we're gonna go through some resources that we have, and Bennett Flynn is gonna help me with that, and then Jess is gonna do like creative, and then we're gonna have lunch. Then we have lunch, and we're gonna, I really wrote that. We're gonna build a sandwich. Okay, and you're gonna show your creativity. And then during that, we're gonna learn more about our Alpha City State WSO founders. I went to a founders dinner in Aberdeen, is that where it was? Yeah. Or at the winery. With David High and Five. And it was so much fun. And they did this activity with the founders, and it's just reading, and it's not, because we really don't ever really talk about our founders. We always talk about international founders. So everybody knows Annie Webb Blount. Can anybody name one of our state founders?
Rachel Royce, Elizabeth Pryor. Elizabeth Pryor.
Elizabeth Pryor. Okay, so there's a couple. There's a few. Was Rachel founder? No, I don't think so.
Sorry,
That's okay.
but she's important.
She is. There's a whole website about her scholarship. That is at a college, because I just found it by looking up stuff, and there was a website about the Rachel Royston on their college website. So from 1 to 3, last 2 hours, it's really business. Things like finance, survey results, action plans, strategic action plans, what's the difference? Our state unity project. And I tried to do the Dare No Give stuff after, so you can see where it's going. Then exchange committee chair materials, outgoing, incoming, no and give. Area liaisons, we're gonna break you out, and then, that's really happening at the same time. And then if you have any questions or anything that's crossing your mind that you just can jot down, and we have a parking lot. And the thing about parking lots is parking lots don't stay full, okay? You have to leave the parking lot, okay? So we will answer those questions before we leave or find answers for them, okay? Anybody that came in that didn't hear the posters at the back, dare no give. What does it mean to you to be daring as a ZKG member? How can you be daring? How can you be knowledgeable? And how can you be giving? Those are just in your head, and you put on post-it notes, put it on posters. Alrighty. Our meeting agreements, same meeting agreements that we've had, because when we developed these, it was definitely a community development thing. So we're gonna stick to the topic and time allocations, try to avoid bird walking. Respect the person talking, avoid over interrupting. Avoid talking over, interrupting, and let the lead. If you are talking a lot, sit back. If you are not talking much, speak out. Wait to be recognized by the chair. If more time is needed on a topic, ask for it to be continued to the next meeting. So is there anything that comes up that we can discuss at the next like executive committee meeting or something like that? That would be great. All right, now let's have a little bit of fun. All right, we're gonna have introductions and feelings. Don't y'all love the one I found? Look what's in the middle. All right, so you're gonna do your introduction, your name, your chapter and geographic, your position, current and next, and for next. And then tell us on our plant scale, what you feel like. Okay. And we're just gonna go around. This way. You get to be first.
Know me, I'm Sherry Wagaman. I am from Ada Chapter Spokane. I am currently the executive secretary at the state level. And I am a rose. And my friend Judy Pat just gave me one and it smells so good from her yard. Thank you, Judy. Anything else I need to do? That's it.
I'm Mary Rainey. I'm not sure exactly who I am, but I could be, there's about 4 of those. I think I could be the bonsai, because as I get older, I get better. I get more involved. That part. Okay, chapter, I'm part of Theta, Sal Yakima. Positions, I've been president, treasurer, and now I am a fly on the wall, which did throw me for the Venus flytrap for a moment, but I will be, after a year of training, I'll be the state treasurer, so. Yay!
Her position right now is chair of finance.
That's it.
And she was area one.
What am I?
meetings.
And she was area one.
I got nervous.
So don't read her name tag, it's all that stuff on it. I'm working on it. I am Pat Russell, Beta Sigma Seattle. I am currently the state treasurer, and after a year of training Mary, I will be retired again. And I honestly can't see the names on the plans. I'm like, I really need to go see my eye doctor.
Venus flytrap, cactus, crown of thorns, daisy, rose, dead plant, contorted, hazelnut, bonsai, sunflower.
Well, you know, a month ago I would have said dead plant, but I didn't about her. I don't know. I mean, I can tell you what I'm not. I don't feel like a Venus flytrap or a cactus. Maybe a dwarf, whatever that is.
Crown of thorns.
Not a daisy, not a rose. Maybe hazelnut, I don't know. Not a sunflower. Maybe a bonfire. I'm indecisive today, which of those plants is indecisive.
The contorted hazelnut.
Contorted.
Jessica Tufts, yeah, Beta Upsilon Greg Louis, and I'm the incoming second vice president member chair. Well, yesterday I was a dead plant because Sherry made me get up a week early. But today, I don't know, I'm like a sunflower, I'll be sunshine.
Bring that
We need
sunshine
to-
to yeah.
Okay, Jan Morgan, by chapter Grace Harbor and the outgoing finance chair. And I see my daisies coming back every year and I feel like a daisy because I show up back here every year.
You're ready.
Kathy Johnson, Beta Upsilon, Gratefully Down. I live in Wilbur, but the chapter's in Gratefully Down. I was the leadership chairman and I don't know what I'm doing now, maybe working
Yes,
Yes.
yes, you're on the EDC.
on the educational excellence. And gosh, I don't know. I like the bonsai just there, but I like the daisy and it's here all the time. Eastern Washington could be a sunflower. Although it didn't work real well.
Sorry.
For you.
I need to write. So Pat Bennett Gorman, I'm from Alpha Sigma Kitsap chapter. I'm the outgoing state president and I'm the incoming immediate past president. So all that part's easy. The flower part or plant is a little harder for me. After convention, I got pneumonia. That's great. So if you hear me, I have sort of disgusting cough still. But I'm not contagious anymore, so I was a little bit of that dead plant, but I'm not. And I think the daisy is, you know, kind of a wildflowery type of person. That's what I would say.
Keeps coming back.
Hi, Jennifer Calvin. I'm Etta Spokane. I'm outgoing secretary and therefore I'm a sunflower.
But this finance, she's gonna serve as.
But those contorted hazelnuts and stuff keep coming out.
But she's going to serve as tech liaison, so she has to go somewhere, do something else.
You know, you can always zoom in.
Yes, Carrie.
Sorry, I know. See, that's why I'm picking the dead plant. I did not get enough sleep last night. Just laid there in bed and couldn't sleep. I was just excited about today, I guess. Anyway, Carrie Dean, Beta Delta chapter, and that's in Auburn, and I'm outgoing and incoming music and fine arts related fund. And even though I do feel like a dead plant today, I'm sort of looking at the Venus flytrap just in the process of snapping up all the information that's coming up.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Linda Elliott, and I'm from Beta Delta, Auburn. And when I looked up there, I said, oh, a daisy. And I thought, that's how I feel today, because I got up bright and early this morning and took a shower, and I feel fresh as a baby.
And your position?
You smell fresh as a
Oh, I'm doing area 4 liaison, and I am the incoming parliamentarian.
I'm Kay from Kai Cowlitz. I'm area liaison 5 and staying area liaison 5. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm definitely the contorted hazelnut. I have no idea where I'm going half the time.
Oh, but I want to add, she served as the general chair of convention after several years. She did a bang up job in her committee. Thank you so much.
I was just thinking that too, because
I'll go and say that.
Hi. Morning, everybody. Janet Manuel, Beta Sigma Seattle, incoming communications chair, I guess. And I'm with Kay here in terms of that contorted hazel, considering the school year that we have.
Almost over.
Yes.
But who's counting?
I'm Mary Lou Gregory, Beta Chi, Grace Harbor. And I am, I guess, perpetual webmaster.
We are looking for a new one.
Okay, sometime in the near future, there might be somebody new in that position. And if my smoke alarm battery hadn't died in the middle of the night last night, well, actually it was 3 o'clock this morning, I would be a daisy. So I am a daisy that isn't quite awake.
Janet LeBeau, Yakima, Washington Theta Chapter, incoming area liaison, area 1 liaison. And I was looking at that cactus, and so far I'm not prickling anybody, but I just recently got back from Phoenix, and my gosh, there are so many exciting cactus down there. So I'm thinking we can get past the prickles, my little box, and we can reach out and whatever with cactus.
Linda Johnson from Alpha Zeta, Goldendale, down at Columbia River, as far as you can drive down. I was the Stipend Scholarship Chair last year and last biennium, and I'm going to repeat it for 20. I feel like a sunflower, very strong. 4 hours of driving in the rain.
Janice Simone, Kappa Chapter, Kent, Washington. Outgoing parliamentarian, yay. And as far as incoming, I have no job at the chapter, the state, or the international level. I'm free. I'm definitely a sunflower because every time I get together with my DKG sisters, it just brightens my day.
I'm Keitha Bryson. I have been in Beta chapter for a long time as their president, which is the Highline School District area. But I'm in Iota chapter now with Mason and Thurston counties. And I was the treasurer this year, but I think we have a new one. And my current position is Area 9, and I'm leaving that part of it. But I think one of my next positions is I'm going to be the legislative committee chair. So, and Peter Dietrich, who spoke at our breakfast at the conference in Olympia, is looking forward to seeing more of your faces in workshops and doing that. And if you belong to the Washington State School Retirees Association, we're going to match unit chapter with units from the Washington State School Retirees Association, so you have a little more help. So, and my flower would be sunflower, and for a unique reason. The first time I saw them was when our family drove through Montana, but they're also the Ukraine national flower, and they are near and dear to my heart because some man who came to my house to put in new carpeting, he was a little shaken because it was the beginning of what was happening with Ukraine and Russia. And his family got some donations to send for clothing to people in the Ukraine.
Thank you.
Hey, Deb Raindick, Alpha Chapter, Tacoma. I'm currently bylaw chair, incoming. And I don't think my plant is up there because my plant hasn't grown yet. It's planted.
We'll see what you grow into.
You're a little sprout.
I'm Laura Bai, Alpha Chapter, although my name tag says I'm Beta Delta.
Yeah,
but I'm not.
Put her in a new chapter.
We'll take you. My next assignment is Area 4 liaison. The flower I don't know if that contorted hazelnut is actually a flower, but this is my first year of retirement and everyone warned me, don't say yes to too many. That's what's happened.
And I am Claire Smith from new chapter in Clark County down in Vancouver. I am the outgoing chair of the Batesville Royston Board of Trustees and the incoming state secretary. And my plant, I don't think anyone else has chosen this one. Mine has to be the crown of thorns.
Very good. Nice selection. Very nice selection. So I'm Terry King. I'm with IOTA from Thurston and Mason counties. I'm the outgoing second vice president, and I'm so happy to have Jessica here. And I am the incoming first vice president of the EEC. And this week has been very interesting and very revealing. I'm really not that old. And I just found out that I'm the longest serving person in my entire unit by almost 20 years.
Wow.
Because everybody above me keeps retiring. And so we have a big gap. So I'm feeling like a bonsai because I have all these little ones coming to me. And then I feel like a sunflower because I'm sending all these seeds out, trying to get them to figure out what they're doing in the world to help all of the businesses and the students and the teachers that they're supposed to be working with. So I'm kind of a combination. And when you, Mary, mentioned bonsai, I was like, dang it, I can't sit next to Mary again this year. We've already been warned, we're not allowed to sit next to each other anyways. So that is where I am. So thank you for allowing me to stand. I had a long drive and I just needed to stand.
About flexible. So I'm Monique Harrison. I am Beta Sigma Seattle. And I am the current first vice president, EEC chair, and the incoming state president. So, and I feel like a rose with my little petals. Yeah, like I feel like a rose. But the crown of thorns, people who know me know I love crowns anyway. If you saw me in New Orleans, you know I like crowns. And so I thought crown of thorns also. So, and I found out I have a crown of thorns in my house that's growing really big. I didn't know what it was called. And now it's this big, beautiful thing. Huge. Yeah, it started out as a little 3-inch thing that we got, and now it's this big, beautiful flower. So, thank you all for doing that. I appreciate it. Now we all know a little bit about it. All right, it's my time. Is it really already that time? Yes, ma'am.
We're not supposed to do a color.
Yes, I knew something was missing there.
Is it up right now?
Yes. let's do
Okay,
that.
thank you.
History books. They are full, are they not, of characters who are defined and remembered by an epithet. Yes, I mean, Russia has Peter the Great, Catherine the Great, and of course, they also had Ivan the Terrible. England had Richard the Lionheart and the greatly misunderstood guy, Ethelred the Unready. Spain had Juana la Loca, and France had Pepin the Short. But my favorite of all is from the Ottomans. They had Suleiman the Magnificent. Anybody have a favorite epithet from history? I haven't thought about it. Anyway, think about it, because most epithets, of course, are posthumous, given by historians. But this is a true story that I'd like to share with you for this college about a young boy from London. And by the age of 10, he had earned an epithet. The epithet was Andrew the Kind. And I hope this story warms your heart as it did mine. My first teaching job way back was in the London Borough of Brent. And one summer I had a bit of spare time, so I signed up to help out at a summer day camp for children with multiple handicaps. And I was assigned to work with 9-year-old Catherine, who had Down syndrome. And in that week, I was to do two things. I was to teach her to count to 10 by rote, and I was to teach her to cut a piece of paper with a pair of safety scissors. Catherine was the middle sibling. She had an older brother, Andrew, the subject of this story, and a younger brother, Ian. And I got to know the family pretty well. Well, one day, Mum was in the kitchen preparing supper, where 10-year-old Andrew walked in. Huh. Huh. It's not fair. Okay, Andrew, well, what's not fair? Huh. You and Dad. Oh dear, what on earth have we done? Well, he humphed it hard a few more times and then he finally blurted it out. You and Dad spend more time with Catherine than you do with me and Ian. Huh, it's not fair. Mum put down her kitchen utensils and said to him, look, darling, I can explain something to you once and you get it. And I have to tell her 10 times. She still doesn't get it. He was like, it's not fair. And he hooked him hard a bit more and then stormed off to his room. Mum just gave a big sigh and went back to preparing supper. But after a while, Mum started to notice that Andrew's attitude towards his little sister was beginning to change. He was becoming very patient with her, kind, never cross. He helped her, he taught her again and again and again how to do anything she needed to learn how to do. He cared and looked after her. In other words, he was the perfect older brother, really loving. That, of course, warmed Mum and Dad's hearts enormously. But the story doesn't finish there. A few months later, it was the start of the new school year, and Mum and Dad went to the boys' school and had parent conferences individually with each teacher. And Andrew's teacher shared all about the academics. And then she said that she just wanted to tell them something about Andrew that she had noticed. And she said, Andrew is so nice to the other kids in the class, especially any kid who might be struggling with a reading word or a bit slower at mathematics or can't run as fast as everybody else out on the playground, or kids who are new or lonely or sad. And she said, that's wonderful, but tell me why. So Mum and Dad told the teacher about Catherine and how his attitude towards Catherine had changed over the past several weeks. By this time, of course, all three adults in the room had tears rolling down their cheeks. But how wonderful this was that they were crying about Andrew the Kind. It's been many years since I've seen Andrew, but I would hazard a guess that he is still a kind person. I've had several Andrews in my classes over the years, and you probably have too, in classes or youth groups or the scout troops or whatever. And I don't have all the answers on how to teach or encourage kindness, but I do try to do one thing that I learned from Andrew's teacher. That is, I told about the kind student. Just like an epithet that a historian came up with, and this one was, of course, a very positive one, the teacher attached an epithet, a name, and a reputation to the boy. What great feedback that is for the individual child. What encouragement it is to others to do the same, to be just as kind, and how heartwarming for those parents. Andrew, wherever you are, thank you for being kind. And to the school teacher, wherever you are, thank you, madam, for telling us about the kindness that you witnessed in Andrew the Pine.
Thank you, Claire. I need an agenda in front of me, y'all. I'm nervous. Is it still okay? It's still okay? All righty. It is Terry's time. Yay. I get to sit back down. Terry didn't want to slide.
No, we're here together. We don't need slides, okay?
There's 43 slides.
That's okay. I'm sharing mine with you. But we're all coming back together and meeting in person all the time, and I've been having a lot of meetings, and we just said it was slide free. And let me tell you, the conversations have changed immediately. So last transition meeting, I had the great privilege of doing the expert as well. Some of you might remember it was on Zoom, and I had a map of the world, and it was upside down. And you needed to find the location that you wanted to go and talk about it and those sorts of things. So we're going to do something a little bit different today, but kind of the same. So I'm not going to start with Sherry. So as soon as Claire gets back. Thank you. No. It's really, really good. Always wanting to change things up, right? So hopefully we remember our prime numbers and our even numbers today. Okay. And we're gonna do something related to our new theme for the next biennium, which is dare, know, and give. So those are the 3 words that I'd like you to focus on. So we're going to break up into teams of 2. Claire is going to be 1. Laura is going to be 3. So you're going to be 5. Keith is 7. And Janice is 9. You're going to be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So one of the things that we do a lot in the trainings that I do for adults is trying not to say right and left and not use traditional number schemes. So normally we count off 1 through 10, right? We're just trying to do something different. So if you could gather with the person with the same number of you as you, and what we'd like you to identify is what are you looking forward to in this biennium to either dare for us as a group and for you as yourself to give from yourself or to know as we embark on this biennium. So you can pick either dare, know, or give. And how you in your new role or your past role are going to support and contribute. Okay. So you can stand up, move around. If you need to sit, feel free to sit. I just have to make sure everybody gets it. Come on. You found your one.
So, we are hearing Brendan. And how are you going to do? And I guess you're going to give like challenging. How are you going to challenge either other people or Yes, but the dairy things. I kinda, like. Yeah, my chapter. Yeah. Yeah. I started. Well, we're gonna talk about it again. So that's, oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of, and I didn't find some. Yeah. And I was.
If you can finish up your conversations, we're about to do the round table.
Yeah.
So we're wrapping up. If everybody can gain their seats. I'll make them hot.
Thank you all. Can you please get back here, please?
So what I'm gonna have you do is, we're gonna have you report out as teams and, to share what you learned about the dare, know, or dare, know, or give from your partner. And we are gonna start with Terry. So Terry, what group were you in?
That's Terry, right? Yeah, every time I hear Terry, I always think it's me, and then I go, wait, I didn't think of that, and then I go, yeah. So it always scares me. So what is it?
Who did you meet with?
I met with Laura Bai.
Awesome. And what was her dare, know, or give?
Well, we actually didn't put a name on it because we weren't exactly sure that's where the names went. But she's in a new position, which is like for all of us, a little scary when you get a new position. And so she's really wanting to know more about that position and what all it entails and so forth. So awesome. But she already has figured out that if she doesn't know the answer, it's okay. She'll find out.
Phone a friend.
That's right.
Laura, what'd you find out about Miss Terry?
That Terry is trying to set up a database for members and what talents and skills they have, especially in the creative arts. And it's sort of a growing experience because she has started it, but it's not anywhere close to completion because she needs more input from members.
Okay. Linda,
Yes,
who did you meet with?
yes. I was with Claire. And both of us are starting in brand new positions that are completely different than what we have done before. And Claire, of course, has been on Rachel Royston and done an outstanding job for many years. And now she is going to be secretary. And so I'm a past secretary. And so we kind of chatted a little bit about that too.
Awesome.
And but we both said dare because of the new positions.
Great. Claire, anything you would like to
No, I
share about Linda?
Linda has covered everything that we spoke about.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
You're next.
Hi, I was with Deb and she's taking over the bylaws committee. And a little bird has told her she's gonna be super busy, so she is giving up her time to learn her job, but also go through, I think, each chapters and just making sure things work.
Wonderful. Bev, how about you? What did you learn about our former secretary, or soon to be former secretary?
I'm not sure I hear
What did you learn? What did she say she was interested in daring or giving or no?
The word was no.
Not N-O. I have the patent on the shirt that says N-O.
To somebody else.
Uh-huh.
So she was a wonderful secretary.
Great. Wonderful. Okay. Jerry?
Hers was kind of a dare and a give.
Okay.
Because she's very interested in getting strong relationships with the collegiate community in her area, which is kind of a dare. But she wants to give that mentoring and support that most students need.
Great. Ms. Sherry?
I enjoy talking with Kay. She is a dare. She's looking to grow chapters in the area. And so she's going to be connecting with some materials that my friend Daphne Cagle has, and she attended our workshop, and so she's gotten some good ideas. So we're really anxious and excited to see how that, and so we're going to share materials with the no. She has some that I need for mentoring and the round robin program that she provided for collegiates. And I'm going to share Daphne Cable's materials that I had, and hopefully she'll think.
Awesome. Pat?
Well, Keitha and I, were connected in many ways. One, we're both going to Finland.
Okay.
And for us, we're not on the tour or any of that. So we are going to dare to learn stuff on our own out there. We are also both on the legislative committee and really excited about expanding the connections that we have with other organizations to help make sure that all of our members are in the know.
Kiva, what did you learn about Pat's DK?
Well, that she is daring to learn something new about the Finnish language before we go, so that we can correctly greet people. But we also, when we talked about matching chapters with units for the Washington State School Retirees Association, we talked about the fact that Peter Dietrich is willing to help us do that. And then, so we won't be, because Mary suggested earlier that we not do the same 101 thing with every chapter, but maybe we can get the larger group to work together as the legislative committee. And by the way, the Washington State School Retirees Association, if you come from another part of the state to our state capital, they pay for you to get there and they have housing and meals for you. So
great.
I love the plug to keep that you put in.
Jay, you're up. Who did you meet with?
Monique and I met.
Oh. I mean, think about it. There's no way I could have better messed up the numbers.
And we talked about being daring and, you know, really moving forward and stepping out of the box and ensuring that our organization is innovative in the ways that we move forward and growing also.
Great. PHC. Yes.
Yeah, Jalen and I always seem to end up together. I don't know what that but we both chose DARE.
Okay.
And just me daring to go ahead and do this position as a working individual. We have a nice cushy job right now, so this should be okay. Okay. But just I want Jen to stand up. Have y'all read her shirt today?
No.
She's got her scarf. Yes, take the scarf off. Her shirt. We need y'all not to say this one.
Not. You have to read it.
Please don't. Make me keep stuff. Yes, she did.
Very, very nice.
It's a coffee shirt.
Right. I think about her, the daring piece is that she is going to become the state editor. and looking at the newsletter and communication, and how can we just make those better and outside the box.
So can we put an order in, for those in red, so that we can wear them to these meetings? Kathy?
I met with Janice Moen, who I don't see her, she's down the other end. And, I think I can't remember which one, whether it was Deering or Knowing, but, helping all of our members to know that we can change some of the ways that our society does things, and, trying to get back to more personal, interactive kind of things. The no slides, the let's talk to each other. That was really good. And I think this isn't exactly what she said, but I think that Janice is going to be giving back to herself, because she kind of is unemployed in the volunteer area kind of right now, except for a recycling project that she's joining here with the church.
We'll figure out a way to keep her.
Yeah. No, it's okay. Oh, I shouldn't have shared that out.
Yeah, no. It's okay. You're amongst friends. Janice?
Well, Kathy G, I told her things and she just put it into the nicest phrases. Better than what I said. Hers, I think, was a dare and a no, because she wants to know more about how things work with bylaws, rules, and constitutions and all that stuff, so she can be more knowledgeable. And I think that's really a dare, because if you do that, you're gonna end up parliamentarian. And then, of course, we talked about, she told me about a wonderful pipe organ in Grand Coulee in a church. So I told her about the pipe organ here, that she should run down and take a
We
look.
talked about it.
That's awesome. Wonderful. Mary Lou?
Well, I met with Mary Rennie,
Ah.
and I think Mary has all three things going. Because she has dared to step into some really big shoes. And she knows that she has a lot to learn. And she's willing to give her time to learn those things, and maybe add some new stuff to how we do things at the state level.
All right, Miss Mary, and I had a wonderful conversation with Mary because she is fun to talk to. She definitely would like to find somebody that does web stuff. I told her I was a little book right now. And I said, but I would love to. And then we just got to discussing all the different kind of things that we know is out there, and she took on the treasurer this year because she said she wasn't going to be president, and so it means that we'll maybe be visiting, because I'm actually pretty quiet. But anyhow, it was just fun to listen to, being in the same perspective where we're still daring, but we have knowledge to give and everything, so it was fun.
Wonderful. Jan?
I worked with you, and we decided that we both know some things about the job we have just completed. And then we also were talking, and you were going to give our chapter the opportunity to dare to change the order of our area workshops, and give a second workshop this coming fall, and invite us to work with you to offer mental health help to teachers in the area. So we're looking forward to that.
And, you know, Janice is on the finance committee and is going to be transitioning, but her give is that she's going to be behind the scenes supporting Mary and the finance committee as they, you know, start with new folks, and just be there as a gentle hand. And, you know, if you know Jan, you know that she's also doing this in her chapter, right? And she's not currently an officer, I don't think, in your chapter, and is, you know, that person that you can call, and you don't, you know, nobody would yell at her, right? But you can call and say, hey, I can't find this. And she calmly just goes, oh, well, it's right here. Here you go. I'll send it to you. And so she's constantly giving. And this next year, this next biennium, she's going to be doing all of that. So that's going to be awesome. Let's go to Jessica.
Linda.
Awesome.
And she's going to kind of as a mix of daring and giving. So she's geared to ask people to take on roles and push themselves into new positions. And then going to be giving her support and knowledge when they do take up those positions. Wonderful. Linda.
Yeah, we kind of discovered that we were very similar in our chapters. We're doing way too many things that we need to, just share that responsibility and let others guide them to the small little jobs so they can put something together and help us out.
I think it's great that you're recognizing that, because that's the gateway to the bigger drug of being an officer in a chapter, little things that lead to bigger things. Janet, who did you get to meet with?
I met with Pat.
Ooh.
And she is, look at that face. She's so excited. She knows she's gonna have fun transferring all that knowledge. Yeah, yeah, it's like that. Transfer. She can hardly wait to give her all the hard copies. It's just very excited about the whole process.
Very fun. And
I learned that Janet is going to be Area 1 liaison, and she has never been a liaison before. I was amazed at. I thought for sure that was in her legacy of activities. So she is going to try to be more efficient and do more things electronically rather than driving all over Eastern Washington.
sounds good. Awesome. I think we hit everybody, didn't we? That is pretty amazing, and we didn't follow any straight paths. Thank you all.
I love some people. They're amazing. They're amazing. I have to say something real quick, totally off script. I need to know where you got your shoes.
Skechers.
Okay.
Wait, stand up, we need to see them.
Stand on your chair.
Look at it. Look at those.
Can I do a squirrel? I need you to be really careful about what you say about Janet, or Janice.
Yeah.
That wasn't me, that's her.
I said Jay.
We have 2 Marys, 2 Terrys, 2 Pats, 2 Lindas, but 4 that could be called Jan. So
I will look at the day that I'm talking about. All right, so we're gonna start. So this is my theme. And if you notice, Terry ran with the theme, I've run with the theme, somebody else ran with the theme, you know. And it seems like, oh, who said it the best?
I don't know what it said.
Because I said that was beautiful. Somebody said, it almost made me cry. Somebody said something about the person being daring. It was Mary Lou.
Oh.
The way you described, who was your person?
Mary.
Mary, the way you described what she was gonna do as far as being daring and knowing and giving, I was like, I almost cried. They're like, oh my God, that was beautiful. I was crying too. Yeah. You're really living the model. All right, so that is my theme. It came about in 2017 at a King County breakfast where I was supposed to be doing some internet inspirational speech. And this is what I came up with Dare No Give. Janet recorded it, told me after the meeting, this is gonna be your president's theme. That was 6 years ago. And she still had the video. She sent it to me. I said, okay, I guess that's my theme. This is what we're going with. So in the being daring part, oh, let me say something right quick. See my little friend here? How many of y'all know why he's here? I love me some editing, if you can see in my thing. But this one was special. This one actually says, I was stuffed for a wonderful teacher.
Oh.
And it's part of my stuffed animal collection. There's about 60 of them, maybe more. But I picked him up because of what it says. And inside, there is a wish for me. I don't know what it is. I've never known what it was, you know, but I had him and I just thought about it. So I've had him since about 2000, because it was one of my first gifts when I moved back to Oklahoma. So about 2000, that's when I got him, but I brought him to share with you all. Because elephants are very important to me. I've been collecting them since I was 10 years old. And just everything about them, I told y'all about the secrets of the elephants. And I actually have a clip that I'll show if we have time. But when we're talking about being daring, you all hit it. And I have all those back there that I'm gonna add to it. But dare to act, dare to dream, dare to leave the box. And that's the one that I've heard the most so far this morning, is about daring to leave this box that we put DKG in. And getting away from doing things because that's the way we've always done it. There's gotta be some changes, right? There's gotta be some things. There are some things that we're keeping that I think we should keep. Okay, I love the badges and the pins, the tradition pieces of it. But when we're talking about moving out of the box, how are we communicating? How are we doing things? Yes, you can get away from the slides. I'm a visual person though. I need a slide in my life. And I'm that quintessential presenter, right? I'm gonna have, unless I absolutely don't need. I did have that happen to me when I got the, not everybody knows, but I got the Seattle Human Rights Educator Award this past year. And so I had to give this speech at Town Hall in Seattle. And we get out there and they're like, we can't get the PowerPoints to work like that. What? My PowerPoint was beautiful. What do you mean it's not gonna work? Okay, I flip really easy. So luckily I had Dana to do some things for me with her students. And so I had all these statements from students that for some reason I printed them out. And so I had them in my hand. And so I was able to like pivot and give this speech about what students felt human rights were, what it meant to them, what does human rights mean to them. So I was able to give that educator speech like that without slides, so I can do it. So going outside of our box is the biggest piece that I want us to be able to do. I want us to go into areas that we haven't really thought about. I heard wanting to like really get into the collegiate and get us collegiate members and being there to be mentors. Some people have like lost touch with their schools. How do we get people to get back into touch with their schools and their communities, finding ways to help new teachers, novice teachers? What can we do? What can we get back out there? I, in my head, am dreaming of us being part of new teacher meetings at the beginning of school years. I mean, NEA is always there, right? NEA or WEA always has a table or something that they're doing something. So why can't we do that? Why can't we be out there? And we can't. We just have to get outside of our little box and just do it. So that's my biggest part about daring, okay? If we can dream it, we can do it, all right? So that's the daring piece. I'm gonna make this as short as possible so we can get through some other fun things. My next one was being knowledgeable. I actually wrote a note for this slide. But knowing ourselves, okay, which is a big part of what we're gonna do and what we can't do, right? We gotta know what we can do. And that whole stretching ourselves thin, but being able, how do we take care of ourselves? And mine is bubble baths. That's how I take care of myself. How do you take care of yourself? Know our sisters, know each other, so that we can serve each other and we know who we can reach out to, hence the introductions, hence everything that we're doing today, right? Carrie's activity where we get to know a little bit more about each other. And then back to knowing our communities. So the note that I have here says the ancient philosopher Socrates said, know thyself. He means that knowledge begins in self-discovery. For him, every man must strive, woman must strive for knowledge, as this is the prerequisite to virtue. You notice how the knowing thyself, the knowledge, the prerequisite to virtue, metacognition is knowing how we know. Self-knowledge refers to knowledge of one's own mental state, processes, and dispositions. Before we can help someone else, what do we have to do? Help ourselves. Always think about the mask dropping, right? They say put yours on first before you help anybody else, or you're not gonna be able to do anything, right? So we have to take care of ourselves before we can do this. And so that's my biggest part on the knowing piece. going back to the community part, that's knowing what schools around, what colleges can we go to, where can we go help? All right, my Unity project is coming into my head. It's still developing, you know, because I have so many things I want to help. You know how you have all these things, I want to do this. Trying to narrow it down, okay? And hopefully by the time I introduce this afternoon, I'll have it totally narrowed down. But getting out there where we're not used to going. And my thought right now is helping homeless youth. Unhoused youth that need help outside. And that includes education pieces. Okay, so that's where my mind is right now. We'll see what happens by this afternoon. All right, our last one, be giving. Give our time, give our talents, give our treasure. This one to me is huge. Okay, and it's huge because it actually has like 5 slides to go with it. If you notice, the other 2 didn't have it. This one actually has, because when I think about us giving our time, our talents, and our treasure, every single one of y'all are giving them. And one of y'all even said it. And I'm like, they're saying my stuff. Yes. So when we talk about giving our time, okay, this is Kay's group. They gave their time to create an amazing convention for us, right? So they gave our time. Connie King, she's forever giving her time to us in Washington. She's forever flying out here and being there for us. I just have to have a hand with the time. But that's what I thought about, us giving our time, all the presenters that presented, things like that. So my next one is giving of our talents. We had some amazing pictures. Thank our photographer. All right, we had some amazing pictures. So we know this person. Yeah, isn't that a beautiful shot of her? Yes. Right, and then our dancers, and I can't say her name right now. It's not coming to me. Christiana, thank you. She is going to be on EEC. And then of course Karen, who is going to be on leadership. And then I know those 2 women up there. Janice and that Terry Double R. Terry, yeah.
Single R.
I did not know her name, y'all. Karen Hayes. All right. So with the pretty shoes and the. So that's what I thought about. I'm like, we have so much talent in so many different areas. Yes, this is all about music. Oh, that means I need another slide. Lord, how about that one?
Nice.
How about that one? All right. We have these quilts, right? We have quilts, we have artwork, we have cards, we have so much talent in this organization. It's ridiculous. We should make a whole lot more money. We need to do more stuff. Okay, that's where my mind goes. All right, fundraising. But I think about that, and let me see, where is did I even get it? Oh, you know what? I did not put Pat Russell's up here. You know why?
We had so many.
I wanted to put people that I don't see a lot. So I wanted to put some new names up there. I'm like, why is it Pat? Oh, I did that on purpose. So you don't see anybody that has stuff, and you don't see it up there. There are people that we don't. So there is more talents. So do I have another talent? No, it's a treasure one. We gotta go back. There we go. Be giving, treasure. So this is where the money comes in, all right? This is where we have the Rachel Royston. I have them up there. I think that's scholarship and Rachel Royston. I'm not sure if all those people are, but I put that there. Thank you. State scholarship recipients? Yes, thank you. And then IOTA, they were taking money, and then I just put a treasure check. Because that's the other part of what we can give. We don't always have to give money, right? We give our time, we give our talent, and we can give pleasure. All righty. So guess what, y'all?
You're done.
I'm done. I mean, how much can you like really, you know? It's like, this is my thing, y'all. I think y'all got it now. The next part of this, I think so. I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm even going to help. I am.
Tony, can I ask a process question?
You may ask a process question.
Did you just record that so that that can be transcribed for your newsletter article on July 15th?
Of course.
I'm just saying.
Somebody's gonna record them. We don't know the whole thing's being.
Okay.
I don't feel like-
Yeah, as long as you can hear.
Okay.
Yes.
Hope so.
So I can't say, I was so happy when Monique called and asked me if I saw. It's something I know I can do better than parliamentarians.
Now, I know that a person who asks a group of teachers to listen is rarely successful. But I'm gonna try it anyway. I'm just gonna play through the melody so you're used to it. Three verses of that, the coda goes. So we'll try singing. Have time and you'd like to, I was thinking about how you could use this in your chapter. If you want to get out your phone and record as we do it a second time, it could be used in the chapter. Okay, we try it? Okay. I'll give you a couple of minutes. We do have it being recorded also. You still want to sing it again, so it's a little more familiar? Yes. Okay. Was it too fast?
No.
No.
Can we stand up so we?
Yeah, please, let's go.
Yes, Eliza.
There you go. The other way.
Along that some of you already know about right here. Janice has just written a song that was chosen by a top publishing company, J.W. Pepper. And what was the honor?
Oh, it's the editor's choice.
The editor's choice.
J.W. Pepper catalog, yeah.
Yes, for one of their songs from writing here from church. So it's like.
All right, I have goosebumps right now. Trying to get rid of. We're going to do, what kind of leader are you? Thank you, Janice. I made a whole slide for you.
Thank
There you go. Look, we're doing you. Thank you so much. I was so excited. Sherry's like, call Janice, write your song. I was like, sure. You write me a song? She's like, yeah. That would do.
Oh, I forgot to say too, I should apologize to the sopranos in the room, because it's written in the key of Sherry Water. And I.
She was happy.
Janice.
Low key.
It's my key now too, Janet.
I'm getting it.
So thank you.
I'm feeling that too. All right, so we're gonna do, because the whole thing about knowing ourselves and who we are and who I'm working with and who you are working with, okay? So I want us to go through and do this. If you were a president back in 2016, a chapter president 2016, I did this thing with people. But it's what kind of leader are you? Every member is a leader in her work. That is part of what makes her a deeply member. Have fun with the leadership activity and use it to gain insight into your leadership style. All right, then we have all these questions, but you have in your folder. It says, hello.
It's behind the.
It's behind it, and then. So that's the first thing. So only take out this part. Only take out. This part. It says LOGB. Okay. Now, I'm gonna give you the directions, but I'll tell you right now, there's always one kid named Diego. That I have to go and say, no, don't do it like that. This is how we do it on the whole time. I think their name just changed to Mary. So. This is how you do this. And it says it, below are 10 horizontal lines with 4 words on each line, 1 in each column. In each line, put the number 4 next to the word that best describes you in that line. A 3 next to the word that describes you next best. And then 2 next best. And then 1 is least. On each horizontal line of words, you will have a 4, 3, 2, or 1, and 1. Okay? So going horizontal across, you're going to rank them basically 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay? Once you do that, I even put an example. Once you do that, you're going to add them up. Add the columns up. Okay? Any questions?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this my life in general or my life in DKG or what I think it's going to be next year or what it was on Rachel Royce?
But I did life in general.
Yeah, do your life in general. I tend to do life in general, like what is, who are you?
Also got it on, who are you right now?
That's it.
Because it might change tomorrow.
That's another activity I have.
Every line across has the number filled in. And then every line going down, then we'll have, okay, just check.
I knew it. All right.
I do all the four shirts that I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, you're true, right. Are we going now?
Mhm.
Wait,
I'm
she
gonna
didn't
go
say,
on.
she didn't say, she did say.
Yeah, the in-depth already did it, so don't. We did it as we.
Oh, man, I can't make a decision.
And I can use 3.5 for.
Very verbal, means you talk a lot. Doesn't mean you've got good language. No. He's very excellent. Oh, okay. Don't think extremely hard. If you know the top, it's at 5 minutes.
But you didn't say those, we don't know when it's right.
You know what?
Yeah, I'm gonna need an extra minute.
Hold on, I have 2 threes.
You did not say repeat numbers, right?
Right, you know, on the same line.
Seasons change. It's just fun. It's fun. I need
I know, so much math today, huh? I'm a math teacher.
This is.
I started with the bottom, it's not too light.
Questions are, wait till you get to that.
Yeah,
Yes. Like they can keep walking around, go, interesting.
Are you predicting us first? You should have to predict all of us.
I am telling you. I'm here with telling you all. It's pretty obvious.
I'm not just like you're the end. Oh, yeah.
Am I there?
Wow. Interesting. I know.
You want us to do that on the sheet?
I think we're gonna talk.
You don't want us to.
Do we need another minute?
I'm adding them, that's okay. Oh my gosh. I can't do my job. I forget.
All right, as you are finishing up, most of you have found a little 2-pager that I put in there that describes who you are. So the questions on the screen, we have like, given my style, how can I use these traits I have? How can I utilize others in areas that are not my strength? Which leadership styles are you least like? How can you use that knowledge to work to improve more on your leadership? Okay.
You made that slide, but I wrote the question.
I was like, yeah, we were collaborating on this virtually. So those are the questions you have, and they're on that back sheet. How many lions do I have? Stand up, my lions. Yes. Yes. So we have, excuse me, lady. Are either of you a lion? Are you a lion? Okay. Your top score, if it's not a tie with something else, I have my lion, right? So I'm very proud of my lion. Because guess what I am, y'all?
A lion?
A lion, all day, every day. Yeah. Yeah. But when you think about, you know, being a lion, that's that leader, that's that, you'll see the description in there. But we do have our downfalls. So knowing, I know, we don't admit to them.
We just allow that
Yeah.
to be on stage.
Exactly. We don't really, you know, but. I'm definitely there, but I have to put them on there just as, so apparently, I wanna go to our natural challenges, okay? So look at our natural challenges, because that's where we have to do some work. That's that work piece, getting outside of, we know we're naturally leaders, but we are impatient, blunt, and poor listeners, because we already know everything. We're impulsive, kind of demanding. We look at projects more than people. I get told that like when I send an email, like I'm very like, there you go, this is what I need. Are you coming? Yes or no? You know, so can be insensitive to the feelings. Yeah, empathy is not our strong suit. May run over others who are slower to act and speak. Fear. Did I call this? Fear inactivity. We fear inactivity and relaxation. That's why we have to learn to take care of ourselves. And then quickly bored by routine or mechanics. Yeah. So I look at that piece because that's where we have to do some growing and some work. We know our strengths, we're strong anyway. But I wanted to say that about lions so you all would understand me. Okay, because this is how believe me, this is probably the best description of how I do stuff. So I'm trying to get a little bit more of that empathy outwardly when it comes to business. All right, so, fast-paced, task-oriented, hence the starting on time, let's go. So, find your other piece, who are my otters? Where are my otters? My otters, stand up.
While you guys stand up too,
No,
the other things with like knowing the natural challenges, okay, so now we know Monique's a lion. And we all see, I'm not a lion, whatever. But I can see her natural challenges, so I can be like, okay, how can I support Monique in that she's impulsive? I have ADHD, so that's not a good example, but how can we support her? Okay, so she's very impulsive, so that means that I might need to be like, well, Monique, let's think for a minute. Let's talk about this, let's table it, you know, how can we support the other people in our organization, knowing their leadership style, because that might be your strength of your leadership.
All right, my otters again. I just have two otters. Three. It's your highest score right now, right?
How do you feel today?
I was gonna say today.
Yeah, so our otters, I'm just thinking of a couple more people would be otters. Because our otters are excitable, fun-seeking cheerleader types who love to talk.
Yes.
Fit.
Isn't it crazy?
I thought this one would.
Yeah.
I know, she's balanced, there's a couple people that are balanced. So that's otters, unrealistic, not detail oriented, disorganized, compulsive, listen to feelings above logic, which is a good thing for me, for an otter. Reactive, can be too talkative and excitable, but they're also fun loving and, you know, they're the people you want to be around. I want to be around all y'all though, okay? All right.
When, how many conventions have we been to the otters?
Yeah. All righty, where are my golden retrievers? One, come on, where are my golden retrievers? Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. My golden retrievers, one word to describe you all, loyal. Goodness gracious. How long you been doing stuff at state? Doing stuff at state?
I know people since maybe.
Loyal.
That's so real.
Although, one of the natural challenges is over accommodating. Y'all are really nice people. Yeah. Really nice people, may sacrifice results for the sake of harmony. You know, those kind of things, but that also could be a plus for me because I may be like, we're gonna do this, and you're like, well, what about you know, so I need that in my life. Y'all are people oriented. But then apparently the rest of y'all are beavers. Stand up. That beaver's already standing up. These are my worker people. These are people who work. All right. And if you think about who's these are people who work. All righty. The thing about, thank you, my beavers. The thing about the beavers, they can be too hard on themselves, but they can also be too critical of others. And I have seen that in a couple of beavers that stood up. They can be perfect. I didn't look your way. They can be perfectionist, overly cautious. I've seen that. Won't make decisions without all the facts, unlike a lion. Could be like, yeah, let's do it. Like, but. Yeah, exactly. Look, we already know. Too picky. Yeah.
Yes.
Can be overly sensitive. Haven't really seen that with you two, but this one. All right, so when you know who you're working with, it helps. Okay, it does help. So on the back of this, I actually want you all. Oh, thank you. No, because I said on the back, it's not on the back. I want you to spend a little time doing this. I'm gonna give you about 8 minutes. And if you need to get up and go to the restroom or do something real quick, get up, fill up, you can do that at the same time. But I want you to think about what are you most like? Do you agree with it? What stood out and surprised you? Knowing your strengths, and I'm into the challenges, I apologize for the weakness word. of your leadership style. How will you use this knowledge in leading your committee, area, etc.? Which one do you least like? And how can you use that knowledge to work to improve more in your leadership? So again, about 8 minutes, and if you need to get up and go use the restroom or anything like that, feel free to do so. Oh.
Make me handwriting better. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was really surprised. I thought I was more. Much on some of these things.
I love the way that you'll start talking to your elbow partner. Yeah.
You're my elbow partner.
And I just think about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't see this.
No, like teaching is. There's no understanding. Yes, foundation. Are you collecting this?
No, this is for you. This is knowing yourself. You know, I look around the room, I have one of those memories. So I remember people. Putting our name on.
No, maybe we're not.
That's kind of funny.
I don't agree with this, but. This is all facts.
All right, ladies. Maybe extra couple minutes there. So, do we have Do I have a lion that would like to share? Mary wants to share? Sure. She's running back to her feet, wanting to share.
That's a real one.
Mhm, that's a lion.
Did I introduce myself? Well, it came out. I don't always like it. I said, I don't see my true status of a lion. I'm outspoken. But I'm willing to listen and change status and presented the information. I have to be rigorous in my dealings as I need to stay in patterns to make sure things are accomplished, because when you're, I guess it does fit, I don't know. Anyhow, but I have to see that pattern so that I can follow it. Knowing my strengths and weaknesses, work number one on listening this year carefully and investigate all ideas and carefully research what others are telling me and balance or bounce ideas off of others and be strict on dates and deadlines. That's a big one. I had to laugh because I just finished last night the report that has to go in, because I've got the summer report that has to be on area 1, and I got it done last night. It's all done. Anyhow, how can you use the knowledge to work to improve more in your leadership? I'm like all of these in one way or another, and I can see it depending on who I'm with at the time. I need to balance all 4 depending on the day, the people I'm with, and what the subject is. I have to sometimes sit back and just say, okay, pull the horses in, sit down, think about this. And that's me.
Thank you very much. All right, do I have an otter that would like to share? Thank you, Kathy. The otters like to talk.
But I was deferring to the others who'd like to talk. I'm waiting for one of them to talk. And, I am not as detail, obviously, oriented as Mary was.
I had 2 copies.
The very first thing, fun seeking and love to talk. That is me, absolutely. What I need to learn is to find them.
Just say the same things but quieter.
Maybe other people have something to say. And be patient and sensitive is what I need.
Thank you.
As others need to be patient and sensitive.
All right, where are my loyal golden retrievers? All right, Pete.
It's hysterical because I like the first description, but I actually.
A little louder, please.
Feed your voice.
Okay, I'll stand, that'll help. We don't have natural barriers now. So, I'm goal oriented and not really achievement driven, but what I like to do is work with people and get results. I'm independent, I'm a risk taker, I'll talk to people in the grocery store line. And takes initiative of others and persistent and efficient, but competitive doesn't really match me very well in that line. I'm not competitive, I just enjoy working with other people so that they know something new or they find out something new about the community. And it says my natural challenges are impatient and blunt, and then I'm a poor listener.
Okay, you're reading Lion.
Yeah.
You're reading Lion.
I mean, the,
Golden Street.
yeah, you're right. Thank you for correcting me.
I was like listening, I'm like, why are you describing me?
So, and the natural challenges are over accommodating sometimes. Making sure that people feel safe in what we might discuss or learn. And I may sacrifice results for the sake of harmony. Sometimes maybe to give the group community a chance. And avoids confrontation even when it's needed. Sometimes I do avoid it. It depends on who the person is that I'm trying to give something or teach something to. And the only person I tend to hold grudges with is my younger sisters. She was the spoiled person in the family, and then my younger brother came along and he was just fine. I don't really fear change, but sometimes I'm unsure of it, so. I would have to say the golden retriever, and since my brother has one, that's okay.
Thank you, Keitha. Now, out of all of my wonderful beavers, everybody, anybody, my beavers, thank you, Laura.
I did agree with almost all of the descriptors here, unfortunately for some of them, but the only one I didn't really agree with was where it said that that for decision-making, avoiding making decisions, or no, the tense situation, that's what it is. It says the beaver tries to avoid pressure or tense situations. That's not true for me. I kind of thrive in those. And sometimes as I look back over my life, I create them. So that's really the only part I didn't agree with. Being overly cautious has caused me to miss out on opportunities a lot of times that could have been really great, but because I didn't have all the information, I didn't do it. I didn't take advantage of it. Which is also true as a leader, right? I can be overly cautious and picky, and sometimes that's at the expense of positive change that could happen. I'm least like the otter, and I'm really convinced that my current chapter president is an otter, which is why being the recent past president, where it's frustrating at times for me because we are very different. We take very different approaches to things. So that's good to know. I don't know that for sure about her, but I just feel it. Yeah, feel it.
Thank you all. I appreciate that. Now we know a little bit more about yourself and each other. Okay, that's what we're doing here. All righty.
Yeah.
There's the beaver. There's my beaver. I think it's cute. I'm gonna tell you though, was it the beaver or the otter? It was the otter, trying to find a cute picture of an otter. Cause they have like fangs and stuff and
That's the otter. What you need is a picture of a river otter.
okay, thank you. Next time I'll have to find a river otter.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, give me some pictures of real ones. I'm sorry. All right. We're actually like on time. Awesome. All right, so now that we know what kind of leaders we are and everything, we're gonna look at our state leader resources. Okay, I tried not to be up here and talk all the time, but I feel like that's what. So state leader resources. Bylaws. So I have stuff for bylaws, committee chairs, the go-to guide, and action plans that Kelly's going to talk about in a second. So all the websites are on the agenda. Thanks, Sherry, for that. And we could go through, but the thing about okay.
Yes, sir.
The old
They're from 2021. They haven't been reviewed yet.
So, but the reason I had Sherry print that out is that I wanted people to look and see in the bylaws what it says about your position. Okay, so we're gonna do a little bit more with that when you go into your pairs and you're talking and things like that, and we'll go over it with the liaison. So there's a few things. So one, there are guideline books for state area liaison guidelines and state committee chair guidelines. So you have those books also. Sherry printed those out for you. Books, pamphlets, whatever.
We'll modify them as we get.
Yeah. And those two things can be modified and we can move stuff around, take things off. So change some things. And then So yeah, those are links. I made those links to the committee and to the standing. Group. So as you are meeting with each other, you will go through those. I might even talk a little bit more about those later. I just want you to know that they are on the website and you have the links to them now. And then the go-to guide. The go-to guide is one of the things that, from international. So the 2 area liaison guidelines and the, committee guidelines are the state. Okay, your go-to guide is from international, okay? And it is for all chapter members, but it's a definite tool for leadership. I used this when I was leadership development chair back sometime, and I used this with the presidents. So all presidents should have seen this, have read through it, have looked at it, know where to find it on international website. Today's the 10th, right? So how many have been on the new international website and seen it? Thumbs up, thumbs down, sideways? Okay, that's what I'm hearing. Some people like it. It's you know, but I'm still hearing a lot, and I am currently on the non-dues committee and non-dues revenue. I have to remember non-dues revenue committee for international, and Debbie has asked all the committees to go through and take a look at the website and get feedback about it. Go in there and see what, you know, we see, what we don't see. It's easy to navigate, those types of things. So that's why I asked the question, just to see in general how people are feeling about it.
Monique, if you really go through there, most of the links are broken.
Yeah.
And they do not go where they're supposed to go, and the helpline doesn't. So, and search button doesn't work because they're not playing properly.
There we go. There it is.
It's very.
And some of the resources. So, okay, so those are all the different things that I need to be able to go back and say. Same thing with Pat. Who else is on the international committee right now?
A lot of it's outdated.
Did they ask your committee to look at it? You're on, whatchamacallit, you're with, so they, like I said, they just put it out there for us to go look at it and review it, and so that's why I decided that. But, let me see.
It would be nice if they would switch to induction instead of initiation rather than our
That's what they were supposed to. Yeah, there's those types of little things. So here's the new website. When I looked at it, I was like, okay, it's plain. If you haven't seen it, I'm logged in. It keeps you logged in for some reason, it doesn't log you out.
If you log in first time at the box, you can check.
Yes.
Yeah. Should I check that box?
Yeah.
I must have.
It's helpful to check the box.
Yeah. I hate having it over here or I'm trying to go down. There we go. So applications, deadlines, things like that. There are places you can go where it doesn't take you anywhere and you think it should take you somewhere. I've noticed that. When we go to committees. I'll go up. Go back home. When I go up to. This is new, the Leadership Discovery Center is new. Is it about?
There's no time here.
Yeah, that's not a lot.
Yeah,
A
like,
lot of room.
at international, they were saying like, oh, we're gonna clean it up so it's easier to find what you need, but there's so many options, I can't spend.
Yeah, because I'm like, where,
Every option to click.
where's committees?
Yeah.
No, there is no such thing as.
Go back to about.
Go back to about.
And I'll scroll down the first one, the YDKG.
Look. Oh, there it is. Lord have mercy.
Jeez, that's girl.
That's not where it is.
Okay, so I kind of like this part up here now. That looks like the My DKG site at the top of your My DKG. It has like State Connect, all the different places you can go. So I kind of like this now that I'm not having to look down the side and figure out where I'm going. So Communications and Marketing Committee, that's the Arts and Humanity. That's an old picture.
Yeah, it is an old picture. I keep telling them that. Because if you go to, you know, my DKG, it's got a new picture.
I know, it's like, who is that?
Oh.
That's mine before Cancer Day.
Yeah.
Here, you on, here's holding fun. You notice I'm going to the committees where we have people, because I just want to see the pictures.
No.
Ooh, we just got.
Oh, wait, I like the haircut. I was thinking in
It's
there.
retired too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Phyllis retired.
Yeah.
Her day was what, last Friday?
Yeah, yeah.
So it's been a week.
Who is it? Personal.
Phyllis Hickey. Yeah, Phyllis retired.
Sorry. What I started.
All right, back up.
Can I, Monique?
Yes,
just
you can say
really
anything.
quick, For the last couple of years, my big thing has been to make sure that everybody has my DKG and has signed into it.
Yep.
Hopefully everybody here
Yep.
has done that.
When I was on the communications marketing committee, all the regional conferences, all the conferences, we were in Iowa and I had to work a table to make sure that everybody did that. I love that picture. I'm gonna use that picture until I can't use it no more. No, actually Janet promised me she'd do new headshots for me, because she did these, and that was cute. Now I got curly. So I'm gonna do curlies. Jonna, she is the ambassador for the Finland trip. And so Jonna and I will be making commercials and ask anybody that goes to Finland, you may be asked to give a statement on about why you came to Finland, or why or why not you're going on the tour. Because that's how we make money. That's part of our non-dues revenue. How many people don't know what non-dues revenue is? All right, thank you, because I didn't. Make it so bad, I have said it all the time. Ever since I was working with NEA, it was like, I know what non-dues tabs means and da-da-da-da-da. No, I didn't. It's literally the money the organization makes. Other than dues.
Well, yeah.
Other than dues.
Where'd you get the money from?
Right, so some of the things that we do, we were doing Amazon Smile, but Amazon Smile is shutting down. So we won't be doing Amazon Smile anymore. The go-ahead tours is where we make money. And so like, what was the one? They went to Memphis after New Orleans. They went to Tennessee after New Orleans.
They had one in Iceland.
Yeah, they had to have, because somebody signed up for the one to go to Tennessee, we had 2 of them and we made more than $13,000 just on those tours. So we make money off of the tours. And so that's just one thing. Now, right now, the 5 of us. Yes, 5. Bonnie, Myers, Missy, John, and me. We have a list of 40 companies that we're reaching out to and calling, and Bonnie has already said, Bonnie, it's not official yet, but she could be the next Texas state president. Yeah, so she's up for that. And I don't know if she's won yet. Bonnie's called hers and she's got no. I'm actually working on one that DKG said no to because there wasn't a big enough discount or anything for it. I am working with an actual member who is now part of an organization where we can possibly get like a group rate. So that'll be nice. That'll be cool if we can get that to work out. Costco doesn't do anything, you know, we're trying to, I know Kroger, if we were a 501c3 would do stuff. So we're just out there calling and trying to find bidders. And even if it's not if it's not revenue, if we can get discounts for our members, that's where the pet insurance and all that other stuff comes in, that we've gotten discounts as a group for those types of things. So that's what I wanted to show you.
I have a question, Monique.
Yes.
What is it like? Okay, so you guys are getting all this revenue. What does it then do? Like, what is that? What
It basically also raised to the general fund.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like
Yeah, it gets lumped in with the dues and used to pay everything in the budget.
Any other question?
Yeah.
Yes.
So why don't we open a Friends of DKG 501c3?
Ask international.
We live.
But why not? I mean,
Well, no,
that's
here, let me take this back, because DKG. IEF.
Is 501c3.
Is 501c3.
International is,
Yeah.
but those are all.
The
The funds,
to
the ed
give
funds.
away money.
Yes. So,
But that's not.
Fred Meyer, we could go to the Olin Fund.
they could,
Yeah.
but they would have, the 501c3 have to do it.
They have to be.
It have to be separate.
Yeah.
And her job is to try to raise money for the rest of the budget.
Yeah.
So did you pass that tidbit on to the other folks?
Yeah.
That Fred Meyer?
Pass it on to
Oh, yeah,
Janet.
we have that. Yeah.
So Janet, check Fred Meyer and
Yeah, Kroger.
Kroger.
And literally, it is an online thing, click, 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 done. All right, any other questions about international website right now? I've heard the complaints, I've heard the criticisms, I've heard the, you know, so, all right. Let's go back to here. Let's see. Committee chair guidelines, go-to guide, you have all that stuff.
I have a question.
Yes.
And you just got out of it, but can you go through and show people where to find the go-to guide on?
Yes.
Real quick?
Yep.
That was really hard to find.
Well, I think on.
Yeah, it's not the way it used to be, they changed it. You have to.
So, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, every time I go here, I go in the search.
Search, just type in go-to guide.
Yep.
That's the quickest way to do it. You just have to.
Sometimes it works.
Well, but that's the easiest.
So, there we go.
Okay.
And so go into search, type in what you're looking for. I will tell you this.
Okay.
There you go, go to God, okay?
Yeah. Yeah, it takes
Right.
longer, you gotta go. And something they've taken out, and so the only way you can. They may have a hard time with it or whatever, something. Well, and the other thing is, I mean, the treasurers were used to getting their own little green booklet. That's all been pulled from the big go-to guide. There is no separate little. green booklet.
It hasn't been for quite some time.
Yeah, but there's a lot of treasurers, we have been doing this for quite some time. And we still have.
So like, here's a site that Jess and I have been trying to, because both of us wanna enter, wanna apply for Golden Gift. Okay, Leadership Management Seminar, it's now called DKG Ignite. And so when we go to this page, we're thinking there should be something about the application, right? And so we've been going down through this, and it gives us all the people who show us recipients, but there's no application. There's nothing to, and so. huh?
It's next year.
Yeah. Right. And it is gonna open, and Phyllis was supposed to be the one to get the information out, because she's the one I'm going back and forth with. Now I need to go.
Nita.
I need to talk with Nita.
Years, it will be due by like first of November,
Yeah,
so.
it's really
Like
coming.
first November in an odd number year, so it's.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
so,
Yeah, there needs to be a statement to that.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly, and so those are things
So
that,
that's the information, they'll take that and
Right.
they've got to pick it.
right, that's why I wanted to show that and spend a little time. But all of this was to say, go into the search bar if you're really looking for something. Go into the search. And good luck, and if not, call me or somebody who, has navigated this.
They are.
They do chat. Yeah.
If they're online, they are
All
really
the time.
responsive, and if they can't answer on the chat, they'll say, call us here, and then they answer the phone. and say to call.
Yeah, that's true.
It seems to me sometimes the documents, or there's another place rather than the site where you get the actual form.
Yeah, there's a
But I can't
whole.
put it in some resource or documents or something,
Yeah, there's.
because that's the problem, it's all different places.
It's not under resources anymore.
No,
It's gotta be over a document.
Say for instance, if you have a membership one, they might have a link underneath membership.
see, and that was one of the things that we wanted done when I was on.
Forms is under my DKG. My DKG is the other thing. See, membership resources.
New
Forms.
members, engaging new members, guidelines, and chapter leaders.
So look at the blue tab.
Oh, forms.
And
I'm moving too fast and I'm not looking. So there's forms.
so all the
Yeah, the
forms.
next
you
one
need
was
under
calendar and
membership.
deadlines, so
It's
it's like over,
Okay.
calendar of deadlines, so.
Yeah.
Let's go back.
It's changing, you know, I don't know when here.
It's just trying to find it. There's always.
That one's there.
For years, I'm trying to find that, but I can never.
Yeah.
This is also, when you go to the front page, down the bottom in the corner, there's a deadline thing.
Yeah.
It shows all the different things. Like, I'm not seeing,
There's nothing about there.
there's nothing about Ignite, but this is my other thing I'm thinking about too. This state form, the state organization treasurer annual report form,
Yeah.
16 is due September 1st.
Yep.
Why isn't there a link to go to that form?
Oh, because it's too hard to do. I've asked.
But that's my question, right? If you want me to do something and it's due,
It is not.
where is it?
I'm not there.
Um,
Well, they did the page, but they did go back.
I know, they can't.
Yeah.
Form 16, you have to go to the forms, and Form 16 will be there, and they will only locate it in one place, because to do anything else is too hard.
I need Kathy to come out and start talking about action plans real quick before we get to lunch. We were on time.
I would say this last discussion is really what came also out of spring convention. We had a lot of new members at the convention who did not know what was gonna happen next, did not understand the next thing. The people that have been there in the past did. So I think this website assumes you know everything, so that you can figure it out. We need to remember that we have a lot of new folks, and we should not assume that anybody knows anything. We need to support them in finding the information, getting the information, knowing when the deadlines are, etc. Because frustration was mounting greatly at some point. With members too.
So, this is information for all liaisons, all committee chair people, and including the first and second vice president. Madam President, you will do some of these. We're the only ones, I think, that don't really have 10 treasurers. But, action plans. And we're gonna talk this afternoon a little bit more about how action plans and the strategic plan go together. But I wanted to take you through this. So this is due before fall board. So before fall board, you need to work with your committees to figure out what your action plan is going to be for this year. It's a 1-year plan only. And it's due before fall board. You make copies for, as listed, for the immediate past president. I'm the one who gets the duty of saying, hello, we're missing your action plan, you know, that kind of thing. Also to the state finance chair, because it has a budget line and that's really important for her as she's doing her work through the year. The state treasurer, the same thing. Is it within the budget that you've been allocated? And if not, then there's some other issues that have to be dealt with. And of course, to the state president. And then keep a copy for yourself. You'll need it. This has a lot of information on budget, which you have some of it repeated in your guidelines on how to fill out your voucher forms. But this gives you the information as you're trying to work out the budget. So let's look at the form, just the basic form. So your committee between now and fall board needs to meet. We have a state Zoom So we can access that and get your committee together via Zoom. It's easy to do. Much easier than when we used to have to go to state board and try an hour and a half to figure it
Copies of the.
out. You should be,
On page 11 in the, on the chairman bylaws for the chairs, page 11 in that was the.
also has it.
Also
Well, it's right
has
there.
the-
Got it. Good bell. Okay. So you will look at your committee goals for the year and then the specific activities that you're going to do. And these are nitty gritty kinds of activities. You know, I was going to show you an example. The due date, when you expect to finish that activity, so it's really a planning tool for you and your committee. This is what we're gonna do, this is when we're gonna do it by. So you as a chair get to say, did we do it? You know, are we doing it? Who's responsible? And then you have a budget piece there. The first column is estimated expenditures. The second part of it is actual expenditures. So the first part of the document is used as a planning tool. The second half of it is a reporting tool. So you don't have to do two different reports. You just have to do, turn in your plan, and at the end of the year, turn in your results. Who's responsible, and then how are you going to know you've done it? So what's your measurable result, so that you know whether you've done it or not. And then the second page on that, which is in your directions, is how to figure out the expenses for fall board. Fall board's virtual this year, so there should not be very many expenses for your committee. And then spring convention. Spring convention is in Pasco. Thank you. It's in Pasco or Kennewick. It's in Pasco this next year.
Yes.
The third page is something that we added this last year, and it's really important. Because you have a budget that was approved at spring convention. So your budget might be for $600. And your material on these pages can't go over $600. If it does, the finance chair and the treasurer say, oh, you went over, where would you like to cut? Okay. This page gives you an opportunity to give us some more information. One is asking you, are there any items in your current plan that you think are underfunded? And so it gives you an opportunity to say, you didn't give us enough money to be able to take everybody to spring convention or whatever it is. We didn't have enough money to do printing of the celebration of life brochures, whatever it amounts to. This is the item that we feel is underfunded. This is the amount we need, and this is why. So we need a rationale so that the executive committee can look at that, and the president, who has the authority to say, I'm going to allow you a little more money, has some reasons for making that decision. Oh, thank you. You even read the whole piece and tried it. The second question says, are there any items that are not on your action plan that if your budget allowed, you would have put on there? So give us that information too. So this is the scholarship and grants plan from last year. And I know right now that Linda would say, yes, there's some money on here that we didn't get a chance to ask because it's not enough. And so this is our opportunity to say, budget committee, try and put this into the budget. So that's a really important page to get it early enough so that the budget preparation committee, which meets in January to put together the 24-25 budget, has your information. So we're asking for all of this prior to or right around the time of fall board.
Could I just say the first week of December, we asked for that information.
Yeah, and so if we
And I
have
will
it,
send in, well, the finance chair sends an email to each chair.
So anyway, here's here's a copy.
What do you want to say? You want to do the blank one?
So, no, that's okay, that's okay. So I just wanted you to see what one looks like, that's been filled out. And she has her expenses, which are really for her committee, for traveling to Fall Board. Questions on what it looks like? Or what you need to be doing as a chair? Now, liaisons, you will also have an action plan to fill out. And we'll talk about that a little bit more this afternoon. $350, I think, is your budgeted allocation, and we'll talk about activities there. But you can see how it's worked out. And then at the end of the year, which is right now, your committees should be going through that plan and saying, okay, we said we were going to provide information to our members. Did we do that? And then they say, yes, we did that, and it looks like this, and so on. So instead of turning in the past, it used to be that you turned in a narrative in March, and then you turned this in June. And it was like, we're doing this twice. And so we're just doing it now, and then we'll write it up as a report that will end up on the website for any members who want to look and see, well, how do we do? Questions on that? This.
Other tab. Okay, so on this page 2 of the action plan versus action plan reimbursement, we actually are supposed to have how much early registration is, how much our mileage is, how much scheduled meals will be. All we can do at this point, I mean, it got lost during Zoom. It just kind of vanished because we weren't doing in-person meetings. But we can fill in for state convention what it costs this time.
Yeah,
so
because
that you'll have figures to work with when you're being asked, how much is it going to cost?
Yeah, it's an estimate.
Yeah.
It's an estimated cost. It's
But
not.
it should be on the form so they can look at it.
Well, and the form, and that will happen because you will undoubtedly need to use more than one page for this part. In fact, what I recommend to folks is after you list your objectives, use one page for each objective. So if you have an objective that says you're going to provide new member training, then your activities down here on this page would only relate to the new member training. If you have an objective that says you're going to provide a workshops or a series of workshops on legislation, then a page that's just going to address that. That kind of thing, so that it doesn't get all cram jammed together. And also you'll see the note down on the bottom that says don't scroll down, don't keep us scrolling down. That's really hard to make a copy of. So you get to the bottom of the page, start a new page. Well, I only gave you one. But it is on our state website, and it is a fillable form, so that you can just download it, type it all in, and do it that way. And that's where, and so Mary Lou, trigger us for this, that we need to put in that information on the second page about guidelines for them, for what the registration amounts and so on are. So just don't let us not update this form.
Okay. I don't know if there's it says 1 of 4 up there. So if you scroll, what else is up?
Thank you.
On this one, you can fill it.
Scroll down.
Next page.
Good, yeah. So on that page, in that fillable page, we need to add the information that gives people what the early registration cost was last spring, so that you can use that as a guideline for next spring. Does that make sense?
Shouldn't outgoing people be giving the new person something that has a place that says, here are my action plans, so you can look and see?
Yes, the outgoing.
Kind of part of.
The outgoing folks are getting them copies of the last two action plans.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, so you'll have some guidelines. You won't be shooting from your hip on that. But
There's a couple of more pages on that. What you have to do if you need more than one page of the first one is rename them probably.
yeah,
The
page one,
file.
page two, page three, as you do the saves, that's really all you have to do. If you save it, it's just save another and title it page two, page three, that sort of thing. I'm not gonna talk about the voucher part of it because Pat's gonna talk about that at another time. But you know, you have your details on these sheets, and for some reason I made 900 copies of them.
Is it all right if we take some for our, our?
You may take as many. As you would like. So that your, committee members have them and so on and so forth. So, I'm not sure we need those.
You can put them up here. You can have this pile up here. On the table. He needs company. Needs company. All right, we have gone all the way up until lunch. But I still. I want to put a start. Then at least get the link and start talking about, how creative are you? Or are you creative? How about that? Are you creative? We're all creative. So let me get back to. All right.
Okay.
And after she introduces us and everything, we will go straight into lunch because lunch is part of it.
So as that's coming up here, I'm not creative, I'm a beaver, I get it. Kind of, a lot of us think we're not creative because, well, I can't paint, I don't know how to knit, I can't, you don't have those like artistic abilities. But artistic and creative are not the same thing, they do not go hand in hand. Artistic is the actual physical ability to be able to put something on paper or create a final product. Creative is how you think. And we're all creative, it's just a matter of how are you creative? What is your creativity style? So I want us all to embrace the fact that we're all creative. We all are problem solvers, right? Don't say you're not creative, growth mindset here. So it really comes down to what is your strengths in creativity and how can you bring that to DKG and just your life in general and use that to improve whatever it is that you're working on. So there is a little quiz. It's, I think, like 10 questions. It's really simple. It's on your computer or your phone, whatever device you have. And it's just going to give you it gives you a question. You have two choices. And every time you take it, you're probably going to get a different answer because this is like in the moment right now. What type of creative are you? If you have a phone and you open up the camera, you can use the QR code to get there, or you can simply type in mycreativetype.com and it will take you right there. And I will go the way. Or if you have an iPhone, I can airdrop the link to anybody that might need it if they're having a hard time getting there.
I can walk up to the front of everything.
Make sure your airdrop's turned on to all people. I'm sending links to anyone that I can see their phones. Kim Kardashian.
I got it, thank you.
Yeah, so it's the K, I'm sorry, yeah.
I get lost and then what's.
United Methodist.
In the moment right now, which one would it be? Cause I get stuck on that too, it's like, I don't know, am I destination or direction?
Right. You with capital. Lowercase.
It really does.
And like I said, on this one, you know, your answer will change. And your result will change every time. It's like, what if you do right now?
So, as you do that, trying to figure out how creative you are, you can go make you a sandwich. And see how creative you are in making your sandwiches. That's how it goes. So, lunchtime activities, we're gonna do something else too during lunchtime. I know I should let y'all go, but no. I'm gonna take, I'm gonna let you eat. So.
Hey, you have to get for guests into the name of the one. I didn't.
And we're the QR code. Yeah, we have to do the same thing, because now that I keep that logged in, I can.
Okay, hold on.
And it's what stage am I?
Don't be.
Are we eating lunch?
As soon as we're done with
our thingy.
You may go.
You can go
Before you're finished. If you're done.
Be agreeable. That's right.
Let's see if I can follow directions.
Rather than. Website.
And I'm not using their.
Yeah, so you answer your question and then go get something to eat, come down, we'll talk to you.
No, what it does, last year. Last year.
This is, I love you. She said, I'm gonna lose your.
The answer would be yes.
Ooh.
Yeah. Right down here. Yeah. No, 100%. Oh, I don't know. You're almost.
I'm a diver.
I think the first time I did, I died, and then when I did this morning, I was like, no, I'm not too sure. How do I feel it's way back?
I put scroll, I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
And while y'all are still doing your test. Or assessment, excuse me. Let me have your attention, please. One, y'all should be talking, because y'all will be taking an assessment right now. But here's our wonderful members. And Kate. Thank you.
Would you like to tell everybody what is on the menu?
Yes, So, my name is Michelle Smith, by the way. I guess the voice been probably with the five.
Use your voice.
Sorry. Hear me in back? Raise your hand. All right, here we go. My name is Michelle Smith. I actually am from this area. This is my church. I've been here probably about 20 years. My daughter's doing this year, so. Yeah. And she's a member of Catholic. Yeah. And I've actually been catering their brunch that they have, their Christmas brunch every year. And that's always been a pleasure for me. So when I heard you guys were doing this, I'm like, sure, I would be more than happy to serve you guys. So thank you for traveling afar, because I know a lot of you guys came from different areas, so it's great to see new faces. And so I got a few things for you. It's a build your own salad. So we've got spring greens, we've got chicken over there, cucumbers, tomatoes, blue cheese. I have a balsamic vinaigrette and a Caesar dressing. I made you guys quiche today. It's just a simple quiche Lorraine. It's got the spinach and the cheese and the bacon. And then these are just simple sandwiches. I didn't put any dressing on them because sometimes I don't really know what people like. So they're just ham and cheese. And then we made some tea. So we added tea to the beverage station over there. And yeah, so I heard keep it simple, keep it light, guys enjoy. I've got like 3 more quiches back there, so please don't be shy. If something runs out, I'll go grab some more. So yes, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Thank you.
What, when you guys got your results and it kind of gave you a little page, did you guys agree with it, or were you like, this is so not me? Oh, if you said it might explode, well, that's okay. I'm gonna talk to him anyway.
What it was. If you scroll.
Yeah, if you scrolled, it would have given you information,
Yeah,
but
I
it'll all
see
be on, it'll all be on here, but in little paragraphs. So who was are there any artists in here? See, creative and artist are not the same thing. You can be an artist and be creative. So their strength is that they can bring ideas and concepts to life. Their untapped potential is becoming totally fearless in their expression. And then their collaborator would be the producer. So that's who Paint Type will help support them in their best ability. So it says as an artist, you need to be creative in order to fully meet or to feel truly alive. You're full of ideas and visions, and you're driven by the desire to express yourself and transform the world around you. So the artist type lives in a space between the inner and outer world, and your gift is the ability to powerfully manifest what's inside of you, which isn't always an easy task, but it comes with the capacity to create works that speak to others on a deep level and inspire new ways to see the world. So together, the artist and then the producer form a powerful creative duo with the vision and drive to manifest ideas on a large scale. So who are the producers then? That was my blue people. Any producers? This is what I almost always get. I'm by myself.
Are you serious? You're a producer?
I'm a producer.
That's what I am.
Oh, you're a producer?
No.
Oh, you're the dreamer. Yeah, see. So I'm the producer. I'll talk about me now. Strong leadership skills, abilities to make things happen. Our untapped potential is balancing productivity with purpose. Ouch, that hurts. And we collaborate with the dreamers. So we are the quintessential doer of the creative types. We're people-oriented, analytical, pragmatic, and dynamic. We have a highly creative nature, again, doesn't mean I'm artistic, and it's balanced by a grounded realism and a get-it-done type attitude. So we partner with then the Dreamers, who are my dreamers. I saw a handful of them. They're
Dreamers?
Those are our dreamers. Dreamers have a connection to emotions and imagination with empathy and sensitivity. But I think I partnered both with the producer because I don't have that and they can do that for me. Untapped potential is using those dreams to fuel real world action. I'm actually working on them. And they collaborate with the innovator. So the world is a place of beauty and magic in the eyes of the dreamer, where others see facts and figures. So you see the symbols and the metaphors and all those things, which is great. You have a vivid imagination, you're emotional, deeply emotional and intuitive, and you're the quintessential idealist and romantic. Yay, me. And you guys collaborate with the innovators. So where are my innovators? Any innovators? When I did it this morning, actually, this is the one I got. But every other time I've done it, I get the producer. The innovator has the ability to generate new ideas and innovate solutions. They master the art of executing ideas and they partner with the maker. The innovator sees everything through the lens of possibilities and progress, problems and solutions. You feel the most yourself when you're using your intellectual and creative powers to solve problems and then dream of new and improved ways of doing things. That's what we need in DKG. We need the innovator willing to find those new ideas. Change can be scary for most people, but for you, it's the fuel to your creative fire. You're a trailblazer and the pioneer on this planet to light the way for the future. We need more innovators. And you guys work with the makers. Are there any makers here? No makers. Well, I won't talk much on them, but their focus and dedication, they have ability to achieve mastery. Untapped potential is taking creative risks and finding joy and play in the process, and they go with the visionary. Any visionary? Man, where's everybody else? Visionary? Oh, we got there you go. Visionary is full of big ideas and ability to see the potential and possibility everywhere. I think that goes with that. Untapped potential is using your visions to fuel consistent daily action. So you live in a world of infinite possibilities and you prefer to see things not as they are, but what they could be. You know that life is limited only to the boundaries of your own beliefs and you're driven to push the limits of, well, everything. Charismatic and expressive are also traits of yours. And you go with the thinker. Any thinkers?
Oh. Pat Russell.
And Pat Russell, we got the property here. Thinker, their strengths are intellectual curiosity, ability to find and create meaning. Untapped potential is bridging theory and practice and applying the ideas in real life, and you collaborate with the adventurers. So you're the thinker. The examined life is truly the only one worth living. You're the perpetual student. You experience the world as an endless opportunity for learning, discovery, and seeking. And you are driven by an insatiable intellectual curiosity, questing for knowledge and truth as a lifelong pursuit. And you collaborate with the adventurer, which would be everybody else. I believe that's the last one, right? And the adventurers? Adventure, there you go. We collaborate together. High levels of creative energy, spirit of curiosity. Untapped potential is committing yourself to developing one particular skill or project, and then you collaborate with the artist, which was that first one. No telling where the impassioned creative quest and mental curiosity will lead, fueled by high energy levels and boundless enthusiasm. You're easily inspired and more than willing to follow your fascinations wherever they take you. So those are our creative types. And so just to kind of reflect on is, do you agree with your results? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. And so then, and this was just a fun, obviously it's going to change every time with the type of quiz it is, but how can you use this knowledge about your creative style to push you through your role of through your role in DKG? And then how can you seek out other members to support your work? So if you know that you're more of that adventurer, how can you seek out other members to support you and guide you and push you on further in your role.
So I noticed that the person that I collaborate best with didn't collaborate best with me, she collaborated best with somebody else.
Because we all rely on each other. It's all full circle. When I got down to the bottom, it's the first one. So we can't do it just two of us, right? No one can do it just with one other person. We have to, you know, we're building the cheer pyramid. One person on the bottom with the whole thing fall. So we all have to work together. So everybody has a part. Yep, everybody has a part.
All right. So. Our last little lunch thing, and then I'll give you, I know we're like running over a little bit, but I'll give you a little bit of time to finish like eating and break and stuff like that. But the last thing I want to do real quick is, there are pieces of paper I just stuck in front of people. And so. The people you have. I just told you what it was. I pushed it up. Somebody pick up. There's another one right there. No, it's fine. These are our founders. These are our WSO, Alpha Sigma State. These are our founders. All right. They all are. They are all dead. There was a few, and Mary Lou and I, she's missing some dates, so I went and did a little bit of research and found some other dates. So if you see a question mark and a date, that means I found the date.
Oh, good.
Yeah. And I was gonna get that back to you, so you have
Okay.
them. So what I would just like for you to do, if you have one of those pieces of paper in your hand, I want you to tell us about that person. And then I'm gonna tell you one other fact about each one that you tell, okay? So.
Have the info of where they're from.
That's the one little fact. How you read my mind?
My program.
He did it at our.
I just.
If you want
I was
the-
hoping you did at least.
Yeah.
All
right. So I'm gonna start. Who has Dr. Anderson?
Me. Okay. Dr. Eva Greenslit Anderson, 1889 to 1972, Alpha Sigma State founder. She was a teacher, a superintendent, an author, and a legislator, and she was in the data chapter.
And she is from Nebraska.
From Wenatchee, right?
Zeta, yes, but she is originally from Nebraska. That's the other piece that I want y'all to see. All right, so she's originally from Nebraska. Cleveland.
Olive
Olive.
Bernice Cleveland, 1889-1951, Alpha Sigma State founder, teacher in Shelton and Griffin, Iota chapter co-founder.
And she is originally from Wisconsin.
And
And.
he was the roommate of one of my members. He used to have a boarding house for teachers. And some of my members in the boarding house, he would go on Saturdays to the family festival. And they clearly remember that and talk about it and our birthdays.
So Mary Lou, when we get to the person that you emailed me about, I want you to tell that story. About Queen Anne, something. Remember? I got some with it, y'all. It's all right. It'll come back to you. All right. Bankhead. Bankhead.
Bessie W. Bankhead, born in 1893, passed away in 1977. Alpha Sigma State founder, foreign language teacher from Beta chapter.
And originally from Texas. Dr. Dunnigan.
Dr. Desi Mae Dunnigan, 1893 to 1967, Alpha Sigma State founder. She was a teacher and principal, Lambda chapter.
And from Ferndale, Washington. Right. Helen. Wow.
You know what, how do you say that? Grohanen?
That's what I'm thinking.
G-R-O-T-J-O-N, Grohanen?
Yeah.
Grohanen, yeah. Helen Williams Grohanen, 1809, unknown passing. A teacher, won Army Corps during World War II.
And she was part of the Rainier National Reserve. She's from Washington. Anything else?
Rainier, so she must have been in the, like, the common area. Where was she?
Chapter. Alrighty, Lila. Hunter.
Lila A. Hunter, 1891 till who knows when, but she's dead, I'm sure. If not, she's the oldest living woman. Alpha Sigma founder, she taught in the Seattle schools, and she was the co-founder of Beta Chapter, who was somebody else with Beta Chapter over here, yeah.
Thank you. And she is originally from Minnesota. Minnesota. Lash.
Mary Bond Lash lived from 1892 to 1983. She was an Alpha Sigma state founder, a teacher in Bellingham, and Lambda chapter.
And she's originally from Missouri. Show me. Alrighty, McDonald.
Alberta McDonald, 1879-1943, Alpha Sigma State founder. She was a high school English teacher, Yakima and Tacoma, and she was a member of Alpha chapter.
And originally from Nebraska. We got them all. Alright, Peterson. Florence.
Oh, Florence Elizabeth Peterson lived to be 86, which puts her about the meeting. If you've been listening, these ladies lived a long time, considering the time. They're Alpha Sigma State founder. She was the first state president. She was also a national first and second vice president, and she too was Alpha chapter.
Originally from Minnesota. And if you notice, it says national first and second vice president, so way back there.
Yeah.
Alrighty, Pryor.
Elizabeth Pryor, 1879 to 1949. Alpha Sigma State founder. She taught in Yakima as an English teacher, and she taught at Yakima Valley Junior College, Beta chapter.
Elizabeth Pryor was, has a building named after her in Yakima. She was actually at Davis High School, which was one of our 4A schools. And she was the dean of women because men were not principals then. And so then she went to the state and joined the state as far as starting DKG. But she also was instrumental in trying to make sure that women across the state could become principals. And she never did achieve a principal time in her lifetime, but she left quite a living legacy in the Yakima Valley.
Nice. And
I
she,
didn't do a history thing with it, so.
she's originally from Philadelphia. Pennsylvania, I'm sorry, you notice how I put cities. Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania. Irene.
Irene Marion Ryder, 1915 to 1995, which would have made her 80. Alpha Sigma State founder, teacher Meridian Schools. Don't know where Meridian is. Yeah. Where is it? She must have gobbled them up then. A school is named for her. And she also was from Lambda chapter.
Yeah, that's up by Bellingham.
Yeah, I was going to say Bellingham. She was actually from me. Sterling.
Edna Sterling, 1886 to 1965. Alpha Sigma State founder, teacher, director of language arts, textbook author, Beta chapter.
She.
I had another thing on her.
We've got something on her too. Okay, that's why I have another thing on her. She wrote over 80 books. She wrote over 80 books. She was definitely an author. And
she has a connection with the Rachel Royston group. We have a program through the CEDAR program at Western Washington, and academic work done by Rachel Royston scholars
can be put into the online CEDAR program and is entitled the Edna L. Sterling Collection.
Yeah. That's that part that I don't hearing that about somebody, she was first. And our last, how many founders do we have? 13. 13. So our last one, Wiley.
Nan Wiley was born in 1894 and she passed in 1963. She was an Alpha Sigma State founder. She was the art instructor and head of the art department at Eastern Washington University, Ada chapter.
Nice. You know that? Did you know that?
I didn't hear what you
Listening.
Yes, I did know that.
Okay. No, she doesn't know that. She's originally from Iowa. And
If you want the full biographies or a one-page biography of all these people, you look on the website under About Us and our history. Several years ago, Ann Haley gave me or sent me the a booklet. Her aunt had been was one of the founders, probably one of the ones from Tacoma, and she said, you know, this is something your group probably wants, so I scanned it and put it all on the website. So you know, it's there to use for activities like this or just your own interest.
And this was written in the 60s. That's the one thing I found out. It was written in the 60s. So at the end of some of the biographies, it says they are living in here right now, or they're here right now, that kind of thing. So I went through that, and that was all the information that Mary Lou had, so that's why I went and did a little bit more, but there's some nice stories about each of them on there. So I wanted to share that.
You know what would be nice is to get the photos from our historical societies. My hope is with Ada and with Iota, I can get a picture of all of it because it's at the historical society that we could then add to this.
It'd be nice to like type it up at the end of it too,
Yeah.
so that it says their death date.
Yeah. And there were some, if you have the golden anniversaries book, it explains, it goes from 1941 to 1991, and there's chapter stories. And when I was state president, I did a blog, and whenever I visited, I tried to go back in there and tell a little bit about each one of those chapters, some history about that.
So tell me again where can this be found?
Oh, on the website, on our state website.
Has it been there very long?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, so I did a program in spring and I got information from the international site. Didn't I? No, it would have been on the internet. I was state. This doesn't look familiar, but yeah.
You did look good, but you're just a document of names, and if you go before clicking that link on the state website, it does just have it.
And it was all sorts of information about it.
All right, we're getting ready to start back up. If you want to take about 3 minutes and sit up around you. Okay, I got one here back. Fine. I read that on this one.
But I think the difference wants to be.
Do not give those back to me. Do not give me back those little blue bags, please. I was trying to get rid of. All right. I'm gonna wait. I said, how many minutes? Oh, we got one more minute.
I did a bunch of those for them.
And it's Saran wrap, so if there's anything that you would like to take home, you can make a plate, cover it with Saran wrap, because they're gonna start putting things away, but she'll leave everything out here. Anybody that wants to take anything home, you can make a plate. Okay? Please do.
Found the names. Just now I have to run and walk.
All right, ladies, let's go back. Let's get back to it. We only have about an hour and 40 minutes left for an hour break.
I think it's right up my legs.
I mean, there really is still food if you want to get back up and get something. As we move into the second part, of course, there was something that I missed because I didn't go back. I wanted to do a land acknowledgement that we are, and I'm gonna read thing from my pocket. But I will wait for everybody. Just tell Keith and Sherry that.
Sherry, did you hear that?
Sure, like I'm feeling. All right, here's our land acknowledgement. Today we gather as past and future leaders of WSO DKG on the traditional land of the Duwamish and Muckleshoot people. We honor the land as well as the Native people, past and present, that inhabit it. We are thankful for them giving so freely with their knowledge, time, and resources. And I just wanted to add a part about just being daring to continue to do what we do and what they have done and how we are, the church, I can say this, that we are blessed to even be able to be where we are. And we need to be thankful for that. So I was trying to think about the daring, the knowing, and the giving. And although they didn't give it the land freely, they've given their knowledge about the land and everything for them, so. Yeah, I didn't want to say that part about they stole the land, but you know, I'm trying to be good, trying to be good. All right, thank you for letting me do that. We're gonna have, when we have meetings in different places, we're gonna have the land acknowledgement be a part of that. Just to understand that this is not our land. Okay? Even when we buy it, I mean, I own, you know, half an acre, not mine. But so, as we move, our next person. Showing here. Is our wonderful treasurer. But I made a picture for you. It's a voucher.
It's a voucher.
It's a voucher. So, if, I put Pat and James, Dan would want to join Pat in this.
Okay, we'll see how long I can stay on my feet.
You want to share it? Yeah, let's be from here.
Oh,
There's a chair right here. At the end stop, it's not.
Okay, so you have pink papers in your packet. This is what I passed out at the convention, so if you manage to see me after the general session, you probably have one of these already. It's the same one. We're just going to edit verbally. There's a voucher. You have 5 of those in your packet also. You do get mileage for today, and this is how you do mileage versus gas receipts. Mileage is from your starting point to here and back again. So if you paid attention, you just double the figure. You can fill the voucher out today and turn it in at 20 cents a mile. You are supposed to do the cheapest of the 2 ways, the most inexpensive, so you don't break the bank. The way you do gas is you're supposed to fill your tank before you leave home. I don't want that receipt because it's for stuff that you already did not coming here. You drive here, you drive back home, fill your tank when you get home, turn in that gas receipt. If you have to fill your tank in between, like on the way here or on the way back, turn in that one too. And you get reimbursed the amount of the gas receipt. And Deirdre told me today that gas is actually cheaper than the 20 cents a mile, I think she said. Or the other way around. No, it was gas is more expensive than the 20 cents a mile, which did not surprise me. It's been that way for a long time. So, but it's a pain to have to fill at those 2 particular times. You can't drive around for a couple of days and then go, oh, I forgot to fill my tank, you know? No. So that's, we fed you today. There's no, you don't get reimbursed for that because you got the food. And you're not paying for the venue, we are. So just mileage for today, you are entitled to that. When you do convention, the officers, liaisons, and standing committee chairs, and the reason it says that is we have a couple of ad hoc committees that also come to convention, and they unfortunately are not entitled to any reimbursements. And those are the Rainbow Lodge and Dumas Bay committees. So if you are an officer, a liaison, or a standing committee chair, you get mileage. You get up to half the hotel room. If you've got 3 people in the room, you get a third. If you have 4 people in the room, you get a quarter. You do need to turn in a copy of the hotel receipt. You get all of the scheduled meals. We don't pay for the dessert, for the ice cream, or any other small social type thing. And you get early registration, even if you were late, you only get the early amount. I am keeping, since I volunteered to be registrar for events like state convention and fall board and quadrant meetings, I have your original registration form. There is no need for you to make a copy of it and turn it in. I thought, what am I gonna do with all these forms? Oh, I know, let's put them with the vouchers. And then I can shred the rest of them when everything's done. So you don't have to turn in the registration form, but you need to turn in your hotel receipt, and you need, if you're doing gas receipts, you need those. If you are a committee member attending convention and we may go back to in-person fall board at some point, these rules would apply. Committee members get mileage, same process. They can get one night at the hotel. If you're officer liaison or committee chair, if it's a 2-day event like convention is, you get both nights. Committee members only get one, no matter which event it is. Same process. And they get to pick one meal, and we've always said, okay, and same thing, got your original registration form, you don't need to make a copy. Any questions? Clear as mud? Better than that? Okay.
Tell them who they send it to.
Oh, yeah. It goes to the finance chair. Oh, yeah, committee chair is supposed to initial it, which if you're at an in-person event, it's real easy to have your committee chair initial it right there. I can't see having people seek out their committee chair if she's not here today.
I'm just saying, that's typically if you can get the committee chair for your committee members. Committee members actually should have the committee chair, if possible, sign it or initial it, then it goes to finance.
Doesn't matter today, Pat, because it's not coming out of the committee budget.
Right, it's a transition budget.
I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah. Today.
She's being very technical, which is fine. So Jan is our finance chair until June 30th. So if you hand your vouchers to us today, Jan can sign them. And then they go to Pat, president, who signs them, and then they come to me and I write the check. So if you do it all today, you'll get your check in the next week or two. I'm gonna start writing tomorrow. I got a stack to do. I finally got the new checks. So yeah, I ran out. So now we have new checks and I can write checks again. As of July 1st, for all of you incoming people, Mary Rennie is going to be our finance chair for 1 year. It's going to help her learn how to be a treasurer. So you will be sending vouchers to her. Do you want to give them your address so they can put it down?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
It's on the form I gave you.
Oh, okay.
Second, on the last page of the directions.
Mary, do you want to change your email address?
My email address is it's already changed.
Is it changed on what she did?
No, I didn't have it.
Oh, it's not there.
Yeah.
Yeah, cause it's.
But that's right.
Yeah. My email address has been changed like to MARY dot RENNIE DKG 1 at gmail.com. So it's I followed pretty similar to Sherry. I was, just copying Sherry.
That's okay.
It was easier, but I knew at the switch, I had to switch it so that I could, I do some other things that I gotta have emails that go to it.
There's no dot after the
Mary Dot Green.
Okay. So yeah, after after June 30th, all vouchers to Mary. Yeah, and then they go through the process. Monique will get them from Mary. Monique will drop them off at my front door. We have a system going.
Yes, we do.
You get other things dropped too, though.
I do. Okay, any questions on how to fill out the voucher? Be sure you put your name and address on it, so I don't have to look it up. That goes down there where it says check written to. Put your name, put your address, so I can write the check to you the way you want the check paid out. Some people have different names on their checks than they use when they're talking to you. And make sure your address is there. So, okay, can you put up the budget things? I'm talking about budget, right? You can pull it off the website if I didn't send it. I probably didn't send it because I figured you could pull it off the website. Here we go. Go to the treasurer's page.
Dollar amount of the budget, please.
It may say. Proposed.
Proposed.
Yeah, I think we need to fix that.
Yeah.
I can't remember if I fixed it in my stuff or not.
Yeah, we're starting to have computer issues.
Uh-oh.
Is it too warm?
Not at all.
Not that big.
Nice picture.
Nice. Yeah.
Oh, I don't have my thing hooked up, that's why.
Treasurers under leaders.
Budget 23, working budget.
I love
If anybody wants to. I was just wondering, but yeah, Betty's still back. Nobody wants it.
If anybody else from the state.
Put it to the child. Sure. And if you don't want those, let's get them out.
Okay.
Oh, those aren't.
Yeah, see
Here we go.
Bigger.
The thing about it, that it's on the side there, can't be. It's a little screwy there.
Okay, ladies.
Y'all teachers. Teacher, Indian.
All right, we've got the committees up there. This is the amount that your action plan can be written for. If you want to write it for less, that's fine. You are not supposed to write it for more. So bylaws gets $500. You want to write this down somewhere unless you want to go dig it back out of the website later. Communication gets $1,200. Finance gets $800. Leadership development is $600. Membership expansion dissolution is $1,000. Nominations is $500. Thank you for being my driver. Okay, EEC is $1,000. Educational policy and legislation is 600. State stipends and scholarships is 500. And that is to cover the cost of attending state convention in the spring. Fall board is virtual, so you don't have to worry about that. Any other additional things you want to take care of, you can write in your action plan, and up to that amount, it will be covered. If you have committee members that are required to be at state convention, like the membership committee, theoretically, there's enough money there to cover them too. If we goofed and there isn't, then you need to get clearance prior to the convention from the state president in order to have them attend and be reimbursed. Liaisons, all liaisons, no matter if you're area, arts and music, or tech, get $350 each. And same process. It's to attend spring convention and any other activities you wish to pursue that are in your action plan. The variation between the committees is based on the number of committee members there are, what their duties are. And in the case of the communications committee, actually the 3 people on the committee are all considered chairs because of the intricacy of the jobs that they perform. So, any questions? All right, I think I'm done.
Okay, Linda, what were you
What do
thinking?
you get on the executive committee?
Whatever. Just, you get reimbursed as laid out, and don't worry about the amount that it comes to. I mean, it's like, there should be enough money there to cover everything.
Okay, thank you.
So then, question,
Second question, just
so then when I make my budget, you're saying there should be enough to cover my members attending the events that they're supposed to attend. Do I need to, budget for my own attendance of these events?
Yes.
Or is that as executive? committee?
It comes out of executive committee.
Okay, so me attending does not. Okay.
Not out of
In the past.
Yeah, it's, life was much easier that way.
So it's just committee members.
But you would have to be at convention anyway, even if the committee wasn't there.
Yeah, exactly.
Figure,
Yeah.
it's precedence.
Okay.
Okay, anybody else? Okay. Moving right along.
Thanks, Matt.
Oh.
Monique asked me to spend a couple of minutes talking to you about the area quadrant region survey that we have been doing since February. I've been meeting with the area liaisons for the last 2 years, and as chapters have been dissolving and so on, it became very apparent that there are some inequities going on around the state. And so some areas have only 1 chapter. Some areas have only 2 chapters. Some have 5 or 6. So if under the current model, it was time for area 10, which is where I am, we have 25 members. If it was time for us to host the state convention, you get the idea. That would be a costly and time-consuming activity for us. So there were some concerns about that inequity that was costly and time-consuming for folks. And area workshops. The Ada has 1. Is the only chapter in their area. What kind of an area workshop are they going to host? Why would they host an area workshop? They just have a chapter meeting. So there's some questions about it. And so so in February, we did a survey, and and ask a few questions, and I'm gonna share those results with you. One of the other things that came up as a question was, why is it when we're having the convention in Olympia, is Beta Upsilon in charge of things? And why, when we go to Pasco, is Seattle in charge of things? So, so that there were some problems. So in February, we sent some questions out. And yes, pretty good. So the first question just asked if people would prefer to have their, instead of an area workshop, have a quadrant or region level workshop. And 88%, we sent this to each chapter and to the executive committee members. So state officers and chapters. And of those, 88% said, yes, we would like to consider that. We also asked, should we have state hosting by quadrants or regions rather than areas? And 91% said yes. Those were pretty high. By the way, we had a 97% response rate from the folks that we asked. So that was high. And then so it was real clear that something needs to be done there. We asked two other questions. One, does the current configuration of areas and quadrants work for your chapter? And the results, as you can see, are a little bit varied there. 30% said, yeah, we like it just fine. 13% said, this doesn't work for us at all. And then 57% said, sort of, somewhat. Which again indicated that there are some issues that we need to look at. Here, let me keep scrolling. So then the last question that we asked them had to do with what, if we're going to move from area workshops to something else, a quadrant or a regional type of workshop, what would you like to see? Would you like to have 2 quadrants in the fall and the other 2 in the spring? Well, only 6% chose that option. Would you like to have quadrant level workshops only in those areas where there are low numbers of chapters and low numbers of members? 15% chose that option. Would you like us to have areas that have small numbers, like area 6, merge with area 7 that has large numbers and sponsor workshops like that? And 18% said yes to that. Are you open to looking at a variety of proposals? 62% said yes. So again, there were some real needs there. So, but it also became clear that we need to ask a couple of questions, and so we did. And presidents are looking at those questions now, we don't have all the results in, but we have looked at this. We needed to clarify the reconfiguration. If areas aren't working, what should we be looking at? If we do some sort of difference with workshops, should it be regional workshops? Should it be regional and the option to do area workshop? Or should it be just merging areas? That kind of thing. What kind of topics would cause people to want to go and drive a couple of hours to get to a workshop? What's the best time of year? And what kind of format would you prefer? Would you prefer an in-person, a virtual, or a hybrid kind of model? Then we also ask about the hosting option. Should we have East Side chapters host them on the East Side for state convention? And in the 2 years that we're on the West Side, should we have the Northwest chapters do 1 year and the Southwest chapters do another year? And then the final question asked about fall board. Should we continue that virtual model for a few more years? The survey asked, should we continue it to 2029? Should we return to in-person? Should we reevaluate fall board after we've had a chance to try some in-person quadrant or regional sessions? So those are the questions that are being asked right now. We only have answers right now to the question about state hosting. And so I wanted to share that result. There was overwhelming support from the folks for us to move to hosting state meetings by regional groups as soon as possible. And for having hosting groups host on the side of the mountains that the convention is on. And so it's the recognition that what the comments from chapters would it be far easier for the chapters who are doing it. It might increase the number of participants that are coming from those host chapters. So for example, when Spokane is hosting over in Olympia, they're not bringing huge numbers of their members.
We did. You have.
But there's a greater opportunity for that if Spokane is hosting in Pasco, you know, that kind of thing. But there was also some recognition that if we do return to in-person fall boards, that how we host might need to be looked at, or maybe it would be hosted by the state, or maybe it would be divided in some sort of other way. So that's where we are right now. The request is that we make the hosting decision soon, because spring convention next year, if we go by the old schedule, is by Area 7, which is Seattle. If we go with the new version, it would be hosted by the East Side chapters. And the East Side chapters have said they're fine with that, because the last time Area 2 had to do it, it got canceled. The last time that Area 3 did it, it was a virtual experience, and so on. So they're feeling like, yeah, we could take our turn. We could take our turn now. So that decision is going to have to come real soon. Questions about that? I want to acknowledge that Kay Stern and Rosa Eilert and Charlene Shea helped with the questionnaire and doing all of this piece. Questions?
So
Laura.
the survey was just sent to presidents then, or who?
Chapter presidents and to the executive committee.
And was the expectation that presidents would ask their members?
The expectations were that presidents would do whatever they needed to feel like they were giving a chapter response. Some chapters have chosen to take it to their members and talk about it. Some have said, I know what my members are going to say, and just fill it out. And that's fine. So it's kind of up in the air on it.
I think one thing needs to be explained why we're going from quadrant to region.
Oh, the recommendation to go to regions rather than quadrants has to do with the way the quadrants are set up right now. Quadrant 2 has 3 chapters in it, whereas quadrant 1 has, well, at the time that they were doing this, had 8 chapters in it. So there were a lot of inequities. So when we started shuffling through and looking at, well, what if we looked at the size of the chapters and the number of chapters? If we divided it into 3 regions, thanks, I got that. Into 3 regions, you end up with the same number of chapters, either 8 or 9, in each of the regions, and you end up with this some large chapters and some small chapters in each of the regions. And so your membership size is pretty equitable too. So that was why the look at doing regions, recognizing though that the east side of the mountains is a big region, and that people would want to do some discussion about how to make that work. But in terms of hosting, it's simpler to go to Pasco than it is to go to Olympia or something. Any other questions? Claire?
New Chapter sent in some very out of the box responses for this. And we were absolutely serious about them. Why are we getting hung up on geographical regions?
Well, actually, that's one of the options that's open when we do meetings. If people decide, you know, we're going to do a topic that could be open to everybody. Yep. You can only do that if you do a hybrid or virtual model. I mean, it can be open to everybody, but people are not going to drive from Vancouver to Spokane in all likelihood for meetings. So that has not been decided. The only thing that we're looking at right now is this question of who's hosting.
That was the other out of the box thing we brought up in new chapter.
I got it.
You got that one, did you?
Yeah.
Would you like me to keep quiet?
No, it's just that we're taking all of those responses and putting them together. And Moo had some suggestions about
Shall I tell you
alternate.
what we suggested?
Go ahead.
I'll remind you. Why do we need hosts at state meetings? An awful lot of it is very nice, but I'm sorry, it's a bit cutesy, having little table decorations and all that sort of stuff. Why don't we just have an ad hoc committee who will host at the next spring convention, volunteers who will get just the essentials done? Sorry, I really dislike cutesy. I got all the cutesy stuff out of Rachel Royston, and it was much better.
I think that as time has gone by with different chapters, areas, regions hosting, that's kind of been a choice of that group that was doing it. I know when Beta Upsilon, our tiny little group, hosted the state convention, that's exactly what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Absolutely. Only the essentials.
No Oriental Trading Company will be coming to this event. So, but it's just, but then, you might have a chapter that really enjoys it. You've got somebody who wants to have teacups and lace and pearls all over the place. You know what, if they want to do it, but I don't think that anybody was offended when we didn't have.
No.
Does anybody remember being offended? When we didn't have cutesy stuff,
So Claire, the intention is to take all of that input that we're getting from the chapters and put it all together in terms of looking at the specifics and details. But as I said, this is where it is. There's really clear that people want us to re-examine how we're doing the hosting, and they want us to re-examine how we're doing area workshops. And then clearly east side, west side, all kinds of things.
But I'm glad you read our stuff. That's great.
It's okay.
So.
Does anybody want bases?
Okay, just wanted to let you know what was happening with that.
But it'd make it a good decision of.
I know that, but there could be a middle ground too. I mean, we could maybe not have some of the decorating, but maybe at our banquet, for the final banquet, we might have some decorations going on. I mean, there's part of it, we don't have to just get it around.
The state already owns the base.
Yes,
That's why I'm ignoring those reasons.
I mean, I stake at decorations, so I'm like, okay, we don't do
that.
that. But there's some things you do want to decorate, and there are people who can decorate, who like, you would not put me in charge of that.
All right, ladies, I'm gonna bring us back together. I want to be able to give us enough time to do our sharing.
Yep.
And exchanging. But I did want, Pat and I to talk about the difference between the strategic action plan and who does that. And who does action plans.
What's all that?
What is all that about? So I'm gonna move this over. Yeah, I got stuff for y'all. Now I got pink going on.
All right, okay. So the first thing when Monique asked me to look at that, and I'm thinking to myself, well, our strategic plan is a longer time period and blah, blah, blah. So I went in and, kind of Googled it, see what the differences are. And really, and I'm gonna emphasize that because A says, one, strategic action plan is a blueprint for the growth of the organization. It's based on your mission and your vision and your values. And it contains strategies that in other spaces, including the international strategic plan, get called focus points, goals, or objectives. And they just sort of serves as a map. If you compare that then to an action plan, suggesting that there can be more than one. An action plan is a step-by-step process for making that blueprint a reality. So it contains tactics or specific activities that you're going to be taking, timelines, budgets, responsibilities, measurable outcomes.
I just saw Lori. So, so there is a difference in the two. And if you scroll down, I made a little,
Made a graphic.
I made a little graphic. So if you take our mission and our vision and our values and put that all together, it comes out to a strategic action plan, which has focal points. And under those focal points are objectives. Once we know those objectives, and we'll go back to that in just a minute, then you write action plans, and you see there's lots of different action plans. Action plans are tactics, the activities, the timelines, who's responsible, the cost, and then how you can measure it. Does that help a little bit? So now we go.
Now I go to the other one. Let's see if I can get back up here now. Y'all remember that? Okay. So this is our strategic action plan. So when you look at, I want to kind of go, I wish I had 3 screens right now, like I normally do. Because I'd like to go back to the picture that had, the graphic that Pat just had, where it had the different pieces. So for our strategic action plan, we have membership, leadership, and what's the other one?
You also
y'all?
see it has our mission, our vision, and our core values.
Yes, program. Okay, I had to think about that. So membership, leadership, and program. And so those are our 3 areas that we're looking at in our strategic action plan. We have our core values, we have our mission, we have our vision. What I think about when people are putting together their action plans is, what are you doing to get here? Okay, these are for, we could say everybody needs to do an action plan, but this is for like chapter presidents do this. They develop an action plan for the year. Committee chairs, liaisons, we do action plans that where the work that we're going to do is going to enhance or reflect what our strategic action plan wants us to do. Did that make sense? Did I make it clear as mud right there when I did all that? Yes, Karen.
Are you saying then that the liaison type ones or officers are taking a look at what the chapters are doing, what the state's doing, and we try to make sure that those values are the same? We try to do actions that do that, or we just try?
I would say yes.
To facilitate.
Yes, although that's not your.
No, we're
that's not your
facilitating.
primary job, you're facilitating that, but as committee chairs or liaisons, we want you to be looking at this. Now, is there anything up there that specifically talks about bylaws? No, there's not. But the bylaws committee work will be supporting these 3 areas. And you know, PEC, you betcha, you've got some direction up there, really clear. Leadership, membership, there's some real clear direction up there. For those where it's a little less clear, I would say scholarship and grants and bylaws and finance. You will still look at this, because your activities are going to be supporting this. So the budget committee is not going to be putting up a budget that doesn't support the action plan. So that's the kind of focus we want you to take when you're developing your little action plan for this year. This is the 5-year plan.
But what can you do this year to meet that? Pick one. Pick one. Because even bylaws right now, there's a lot of stuff that needs to get cleaned up, correct? That's the thing that we're looking at, cleaning up bylaws and standing rules. So believe me, all that enhances what we got to do here, right? Because our bylaws and standing room basically tell us what we can and cannot do.
Right.
Okay, so that needs to be cleaned up so we're clear about where we are when it comes to leadership, where we are when we come to membership. But think about it, our bylaws are really, these are the people that can be members, right? This is what collegiate member is, this is what our general, regular member is, blah, 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 right? So making sure those things match up so that we can do the other work. So there's always those, is it the people that work in the background that make everything else work, or we can't do it.
The support staff.
The support, and that's what bylaws, finance committee, those types of committees do for us, right? They help us be able to do the other work we need to do.
That's the whole big umbrella for the state
Yeah.
direction. Your action plan is breaking it down. How does it stay focused under you?
And again, we're looking at just, yeah, we'd like to tackle everything, but we're looking at what is the main thing you want to get done in this year? What is the main thing we're looking at? Now, when it comes to my theme, I'm asking people to be daring, right? In what they're going to go for. So put it out there. Dream, okay? I'm a dreamer. So dream, think big. All right, because we can go from big down, right? But I think it's harder to go from this little bitty thing, like that backwards planning. We have this dream, now how are we gonna get there, right? So let's see how we can work that. If we have a little idea, where's that really gonna take us? Okay, we have to build.
You don't need all of the things that you plan to do. You know, but have a direction
Right.
you want to shoot for.
That whole thing where you wanna be over prepared, hence why I have 43 slides. I do. I'm serious.
That doesn't count the ones I just put out.
Exactly. But you wanna be, I'd rather have more than not enough. Okay? Make sense? Like every workshop we had a convention, people are like, we needed more time, we needed more time. I'm like, I know. That just means we know what we need to do, right? All right. Any other questions about the SAP, strategic action plan versus the action plans? We just wanted to give that little information so you understand what you have to go and do. We have to go and
We
do.
have access to that one.
Yes, that is on the website.
It's also in your directory.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
So basically, a strategic action plan is what is the state wanting us to do, sort of.
Mhm.
And then our action plans are how are we doing what the state.
Exactly.
The what versus the how, but right in the how.
Yep. Yep. So like for EEC committee, the how is around what kind of workshops are we having at fall board, at state convention, at whatever quadrant, area, region, whatever meetings we're having, right? What is going to be the program and how is that going to support our strategic action plan?
And fit to the goals that are
And
listed.
fit to the goals. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Really, any questions?
I think this is really important that as the chairs, you really communicate with your committee members. Don't try to do it all your own. They've got their ideas and we've got to meet with them. I don't care if it's Zoom or telephone, but really meet with them and write these plans together. That's really, I think.
Okay. Well, we used to spend time at home working with our committee.
Yeah.
And this year we're supposed to be together again ahead of that.
So if you have a Zoom meeting or whatever, to get it done, so you can communicate with one another. That's kind of the trick now, because we always did have work time.
Well, but those work sessions, which were scheduled for about 90 minutes, half of the time was spent filling in vouchers and getting signatures.
That's why I would say start in the summer and communicate with your members, you know who they'll be at some point.
Mhm. So my expectation is that I will have all the information out to committee chairs. I wanna say July 1st, because that is the day, your official day. I'm hoping. And then that way you can communicate with your committee and have July and August to work towards what's gonna happen during fall board, work on your action plans. And so you'll have all their information. I found my presentation because I'll exit that, move it over. I had to go to a different site, notice the top is pink now. Has anybody ever used Canva? Canva's an amazing thing. Canva you can share with people. Jess and I were both on it at 7 o'clock this morning. I saw her little picture. We're working on the text. We're working on the presentation. All right. slides, vouchers. All right, we are almost to that, thank you. So I didn't put a slide for my Unity project because like I told y'all, I've been thinking about it. And so I went to Washington State and I said, where are youth shelters? Where are youth shelters around the state? Because I wanted something that could give me information statewide. Youth care is on the west side of the state. Youth care is one of the largest and probably one of the best organizations that supports unhoused youth. Okay, I have done a lot of work with youth care, but again, youth care is only on this side of the mountain. So I am looking for shelters and places on the east side that we could do the same thing. So chapters could partner with a shelter. Youth care has a program to where they tell you how to do a fundraiser form or clothing drive or a school supply drive. They give you all that information, which I do believe could be used with any shelter organization. And if they don't do it, this is where you get to be daring and go say, we can do this for you. We can put together a sock drive. That's the number one thing that homeless people need. Socks. Socks. And you can reach out to Bamba and they will send you. All right. Socks, t-shirts, and underwear. And so those are the things. So thinking about that, when we're talking about youth, we're also talking about school supplies, right? Backpacks, things like that. And I know there are chapters that go beyond on the backpack piece because Alpha Sigma, was it you all? Who was it that came by my school when I was the principal?
Yeah.
Yeah, Susan, somebody came by my school and just dropped off backpacks full of stuff. I was like, well, cool. I felt so special that my people showed up for me, right? And then Susan turned around and came with boxes of books and just stuff that my teachers could go and just go through. The thing about the backpacks was they all had little spinners in them. So I went through every backpack and took out every spinner. I did.
Now you're gonna box again.
And now they're Batman. They were Batman spinners at that. So they had little wings and the thing in the middle. Yeah, no. So I took all them out. But those are the kind of things that we can do. And so looking at so again, youth care has examples. So what I want to do is send you all and give you more information about this by July 1st. You will have all the information and examples of what you could do for a shelter in your region, in your area. And then of course, then we come with the pictures and everything, right? You send me what you've done and things like that. But I'm looking to support
the birthday project that I think
oh, yes, the birthday project from them. We've got something from Beta Sigma.
And
So
I think,
pull those.
Laura, your group has done some.
We did birthday cake kits
So
and socks. We've done this.
So those are things that we've all kind of done. So bringing that together as a state project, and it really, I'm gonna tell you right now, it came off of Sherry, because Sherry did the purposeful persons.
Yeah.
And that was one of the best things. She asked for a purse from each chapter, and I had Beta Sigma bring.
Oh, gosh.
30.
The minimum was one, everybody just brought it.
That was.
And then
Yeah.
gave them to your own areas as well.
So, but I want this done throughout the state and not us coming together at convention and saying, okay, now we're gonna do all this. No, I want you working with your communities.
And
It
that-
goes back
that-
into knowing your.
Yeah, that also happened with the fleece blankets. Everybody did that and, you know, put it out into their communities, right?
Define youth.
Under 21.
Under 21.
I'm saying under 21.
And are they parentless, basically? You know,
Yeah,
on
so
their-
usually they are.
Okay.
And I will tell you, there's a large community of LGBTQ youth because they've been put out of their houses and people don't accept and things like that. So that's who you're gonna find in these places, a lot of. But again, I'm gonna give you a lot more information, examples of what you can do. I wanna talk about the birthday thing real quick because I've actually been a recipient. Or
I was just
okay.
thinking that family resource centers in Southwest Washington are in every school.
Okay.
And they work just with homeless youth. And so we, as a
Yes.
chapter is supportive, but it's that sort of thing that we could
Yes,
bring together.
yes. So I had one of the largest homeless populations in my school. So I partnered with different shelters where they were staying and temporary housing and those types of things. And just what can we do for them as a school, because many of my students were there. So what can we come in and do? So done that. So yes, working with the schools is a perfect thing, because that's what we are, right? We're educators. We work with schools. And so that's what we do. The birthday piece. So I went to Beta Delta Auburn, not Tacoma. And I did a presentation for them, and then they gave me a kind of stipend or something and asked honorarium and asked me who I wanted to give it to. Well, I had heard them talk about the birthday, what's it called again?
Birthday dreams.
Birthday dreams. I had heard about, I know birthday. Well, I gave the money back, so you get birthday dreams, right? So I don't know how many of y'all knew, I had a family that came and lived with me, a mom with 2 daughters, and they were between housing and they were homeless. And if you know Aaron Jones, who's gonna be Aaron called me and said, I know you have room. Can you take them in? Sure. Well, baby girl, she was turning 8 and her mom called Birthday Dreams and they delivered all this stuff to my house. Literally, I had to decorate the house because they sent so much stuff. And they asked what toys the kids would like and things like that. So you check things off and everything. And it's wrapped. And they bring cupcakes and they bring balloons and they bring the decorations with the hats. And we had photo booth thingies, like the fake glasses you can put on, or the little collar that where you have something saying above your head. It was amazing. It was, on top of everything that I had done for her, because I wasn't thinking that this is what I was going to get at my house, but this is what showed up. And it was wonderful. So things like that. And that is for our underserved students, children. And this was a family that was homeless. They had to come live with me before their housing was approved again. So there's that gap that even our state can't fix. So thinking about things like that. So that's why I think about our youth and where we need to go.
Foster family programs is another place to make good connections.
Yes,
Find out needs.
and they love pajamas because it makes the kids feel like they have a place to be. So there's what I want to do. All right. So again, I'm gonna write it all up. I'll put it, it'll be in the newsletter. It'll be something that I'm going to send directly out to you all. Y'all do realize that you all are the executive council. Okay, so I will send it out to executive council. All righty, guess where we're at, y'all? Break, and then as you break, this is what you're gonna do. Committee chairs, find your person. It's gonna be weird because some of us are moving from here to there. I mean, I could sit up and talk to Terry, but Terry needs to talk to Jess. Pat should talk to me, but Pat's gonna be doing liaison, so we'll figure it out. All right, we will figure it out. So that's what you get to do for the last 40 minutes or so. I'm gonna pull you back together so that we can have, you have to close. You have to close. And as you're meeting, this is when those parking lot questions might come up, right? So make sure you put it there. So I would say about 10 till, I'm gonna give you till 10 till. So take a break, talk, figure out who you need to be around and with, and we'll go from there. Okay? Any questions before we do this? Yeah, take a break if you need it.
Okay.
I just want to make sure.
Okay.
along with our caterer, Michelle, who is here from John Kent. And so, thank her. And
That's cute.
I kind of threw that up there for I put a rose on it, but tell me that was not like the most amazing picture ever. Yeah, you got framed yet?
It's not framed yet.
Okay. Yeah, okay. This is Mary Rennie.
Mine's that one.
And that one, I love that. Mine, yeah.
Mine's a tattoo bunch.
Yeah.
Mine's right on next to Mary, the other side.
Other side of Mary, I'm at the top on this one.
Yeah, we're all rigged.
Copy that in there.
Yeah.
I didn't want it on her. I wanted her to see our.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, which one is?
Yeah. The other thing real quick, in the newsletter, y'all got something similar that looked like this, that had the pictures from the workshops. And I did, if you notice, I did all the people that weren't us. Except for her, you know. I have Annette, who will join IOTA as soon as they call her.
Good.
I have Annette, who will join IOTA as soon as they call her. Okay. All right, you're listening.
We are multitasking.
Beta Delta Auburn. Beta Delta Auburn is gonna catch Andrea. And I can't remember, I think Cal Kent is trying to get Marissa. So having people, when we bring people in for our workshops and everything, and then saying, oh, you should join us now. We love you, okay? I went back through and I found some of the comments we got from the workshops. Yes, I only put up the good comments. All right, we have some really rough comments also. But I went with the ones that went with the workshop, like fantastic, have her again for sure. And considering we had all hers, it worked, right? I was not disappointed. It was interesting to hear her research process. That has to do with one of these two. I knew it because they both did their research on their dissertations. They talked about that. So much good information. This was one of the best conventions that I've attended. Passionate presenters giving many examples of personal situations. Informative, high energy speaker, inspiring, fun, energetic, and accomplishing its objectives. Current topic of interest. I put that right by our suicide thing that we have. So, and I think IOTA, didn't you all? I can't remember her name right now. One of the speakers on Friday night was going to join
Friday night.
the Friday night or Saturday. I hear that. The forum thing. You have yeah, Georgia.
Georgia, yes.
Georgia is joining. Yeah. So
So and Dr. Maria Wong and Lisa Sells.
all three of them are joining. There we go. So we should have 6 members at least coming from this.
I have a question. Do we know what chapters they're talking about? Because I know our chapter had talked about Tallahassee, Georgia.
Okay, I know.
Georgia talked to me about it because she was living in Olympia. But if it's a better fit for you, let's do that.
No, well, we don't care where she goes.
Don't fight. Yeah. Yeah, we just gotta get her a home, which means we have to make these phone calls. We have to follow up. Okay, or we're going to lose them. They're like, oh, it's been 2 months since I presented. They haven't talked to me, you know, so. Making sure we keep a hold of that. The same thing we do with our scholarship recipients, our grant aid recipients. We have to keep in touch with them because we want them to come back. That's how y'all got me. Beta Sigma gave me $750 and I'm still here after 10 years. I don't know what that 750 did, but it was good.
That's a good ROI.
Huh?
That's a good ROI.
So I wanted to show you all that. And then, of course, this is just more statements. I kind of moved them over and stuff like that. Well done for our first in-person event in a while. Emphasis on connection and fellowship. I think the rest of mine pretty much. I love being invited to perform. Hint. Okay. like being assigned to tables at lunch to meet new people. She is not listening to me. Did you hear me?
What'd you say?
Yes.
What the- Okay.
She's not listening to me.
So what was it before?
Before that, the fact that we were, no, not that one. Where is it? Like being assigned to tables at lunch to meet new people.
Yes, that was.
That was right.
But
So-
then say the negative one, which I hated being assigned to. a team.
So we're gonna talk about the negative ones during our exec committee meeting, which is happening after this. After we get rid of some of y'all. You don't have to. I just wanted that to kind of end on the good note about how convention went and how things were, and it was exciting, and every time I like think about, like, my picture on my phone is my daughter hugging me after I got my gavel and sleep. Pretty cool. I'm done. There were no, and does anybody have any questions now?
I do.
Yes,
So
Keitha.
how many of you went to convention?
Almost
Okay,
everybody.
how many of you got to listen to the panel speak then? They were all people in Olympia. They were, one of them is a parent of a middle school student. Dr. Maria Wong is a pediatrician, and she was very interested in our work in mental health because she's lost pediatric patients to suicide. And Georgia Oust is the director for the Tumwater Public Coalition, and we work to keep kids substance-free and engaged in healthy activities.
Is there any, is there a recap about, that's what I would like. Where's the little handout after the workshop that just gives you the points that you heard and you wanted to remember?
That's always been up to the presenter.
Yeah, that's the presenter thing, so that could be something we could request.
There it is in there. If there's any handouts, the presiders, we can put together, we can put them in the.
But what I was saying is that we could make that a requirement for presenters to put together a little fact sheet or info sheet, or just something that hands you something where you can get more information. Whether it's a QR, something, okay, QR code, website, something that they can hand you. Okay.
Here for the QR code number.
Yeah, so we could do something like that and make that a requirement for presenters. Or at least provide it for them, something like that. Give them a template,
A strong suggestion.
a strong suggestion, give them a template that says fill this
For all
out.
the money.
So we will come up. We will come up with something for that. Yes. Okay. All right, thank you all. I appreciate you. Believe me, I think we're gonna have a great biennium. And that's it.